All right, folks, I'm getting my ears on and we're getting ready to go here. Have Monster in hand because I just couldn't stay asleep last night, so I'm trying not to sleep during the stream. But then again, you guys make me excited to be here, so it's while I get tired during a stream, I don't necessarily fall asleep during the stream, that's for sure. So got a peach monster today. So
that would definitely be an interesting stream.
Falling asleep?
Yep, a nighttime stream. Sleepy stream.
Yeah, sleepy stream. Oh, Leolot says congrats. Freeman says good morning. Limitless Void says congrats. And Mr. Couch Gaming says congrats. We got Ben and S Squared. Stream starts at 9 or noon. Well, 9 on Central Time. Depending on your location, it might be different. And CPA Kevin has come also. Kevin the accountant. That's pretty cool. Giuseppe, hello. Yes, we did make it to 90. Yes. Which means that at 100 you get your first YouTube plaque. So we are definitely definitely excited for that to come. Alien says, "Good afternoon, sir." Have to read that a little closer to make sure I got that right. Community of Gaming says hi, and Trumpkin's here too. Okay. Congrats on the 90.1K. He notices it's 90.1 now. So yeah, it's been exciting. I'm going to duplicate this window so that I can go back to YouTube Studio and watch it as it continues to go. So here's our current live count as it continues to grow.
Let me pop you over to your so you can see your screen.
Yeah, there we go. So here's the current live count as it continues to grow, and this is the release. You know, the 9th, first day of release of the new 1.1, and that always brings more interest into the game, which affects channels. So you see, it's been rising a lot faster since that inflection point there, and so we've been rising at about 200 per day since, which has been pretty amazing. So. But that's kind of the way it was with 1.1 as well. When 1.0 came out, we also had a similar kind of bump like that. So
yeah,
I'll keep popping this up occasionally because we usually get more subscribers during the stream, and I'll just keep popping it up occasionally, show where we're at, and it'll just be kind of interesting and fun. So. All right. And Adam Eaton Games says, "Congrats! I subbed the other day. Have Satisfactory installed, but haven't played it yet." Well, I find it to be a fascinating game. Oh,
oh no!
I find it to be a fascinating game when it's not crashing. No, it doesn't crash on my machine very often, but that was unusual because I wasn't doing anything with it. I mean, it's been sitting there at least for an hour. So now they're going to make me sign into Epic Games.
No, just exit the whole thing and restart.
I'm trying to find my cursor. My cursor is highlighting, but no cursor. There it is. Okay, so just exit the whole thing, you say.
Crazy.
Confirm. Re-authenticating, of course.
And Alexa says, "What's up, Doc?" And hi, Robert. Hope you had a good weekend.
Robert?
Good weekend.
I've got to have you do something.
Okie doke.
You need to search Mel Blanc. What's up, Doc? I want that sound.
Yes, sir.
When somebody asks "What's up, Doc?" and throws that together, I want to hit it.
Well, that should be. That is a future feature for Vocalix as well. That it will integrate all those things.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna work on getting. Okay.
I'll make sure
Epic
I have
is
that.
up, and it looks like it was an Epic Games problem.
Okay.
Rather than a Satisfactory problem because of the lack of authentication error there.
Yeah.
So Jade says hello too, and I'm sorry it looks like we're just kind of stalling for time, but just as I was about ready to start playing, Satisfactory crashed, so I'm just bringing it back up again.
We had some drop frames there for a bit. Hopefully we didn't lose anybody.
Yep, hopefully. All right, I'm also trying to find my cursor again. Where did my cursor go? There we go. I found my cursor. And there's Twitch, and get that back up. Okay, good. Okay, we're ready to continue. All right, that looks a whole lot better. So I'm here in the hub right after I was playing a little bit offline, and I finished up the think it was pipeline engineering, or I finished up one of these. So I've only got one tier left. Then I'm going to be forced into unlocking phase 3 here before I can get to tier 7. So we got railway signaling here. Aileen, thank you for...
Attention, Fixit has granted you a single Butterfinger consumption event. Please savor it responsibly. Additional units remain classified and inaccessible. Enjoy the illusion of freedom. It pairs well with chocolate.
All right. Butterfinger. Butterfinger time.
And let's take you off a speaker as well.
That would be good. Thank you for that reminder.
You guys probably heard a bit of an echo there.
Yep, you would have heard a bit of an echo. We worked on getting a little bit of a new setup so we could show off my Father's Day gift, which happened to be 3 posters. And those 3 posters didn't get put up quite yet this morning, but we were fussing with the camera trying to get it set up. Excuse me. That was rude. Trying to get the camera set up, and everything else went bonkers. And so we didn't get the pictures up on the wall, so we couldn't show them off because the camera we couldn't get set up. And so we're going to have to work on that a little bit. So railway signaling is the current milestone I'm working. And of course, we've got all these 3 things. We're building computers upstairs. So we can unlock this one fairly quick, and then we got to start working on these things. Now, once I get to phase 3, I tend to start wanting to get things fully automated. So I'm crinkling my package here to eat my Butterfinger. I tend to want to get things fully automated by the time we get here, because making Versatile Framework and the motor and that round thingy that you don't use for hardly anything except phase 3, which makes it hard for me to remember what that round thingy is.
The round thingy.
Yeah, that round thingy. Do you remember what that's called?
No.
Okay. So don't laugh at me.
I'm laughing at round thingy.
Okay. Laughing at round thingy. Anyway, so we're going to have to work on those too. So at this point, I like to start getting things automated. I'll go ahead and expand my current factory and start actually moving. Nope, that's not a stator. Adaptive control unit. There you go. Ben got it. By the way, Q-Tip Blue Dog says started playing Satisfactory when 1.0 dropped. Had a buddy that loved this game, is helping me, but bounced at tier 7. Yeah, that I can understand that. Started up again about a week ago, planning aluminum. Yeah, I love this game too. I can't get enough of this. I'm gonna try Star Rupture when it releases later in the year. They want a Christmas release, September-ish, September, October. And I'm hoping that Star Rupture actually releases too, and then we'll play both those games a little bit, see what kind of traction that Star Rupture gets, see if people actually want to watch that with me. So Jade says need about 300 more smart platings to finish phase 2. Good job. Aileen says, I've been following you since I started playing about 2 weeks ago. Your videos been a massive help. First time been able to catch a stream. Well, congrats on getting in first time. That's really, really cool. Radio Frog. Okay. How many hours you have in Satisfactory? I'm about 400 hours myself. I looked at let's see if I have it up. Nope. Oh, I don't know why I've got all those calculators up.
Oh, probably a cat rolling on.
Cat laying on my keyboard again. Okay, don't need that one. Okay, so the rest I need to keep. I don't have. Oh, there it is. So if I look here at...
You don't have it in...
I don't have it in Steam. That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I looked at I had something like 1,500 hours or something like that
Yeah.
in it, around there somewhere. I know this save, if I just hit escape and looked at my save game here, this save is running at 81 hours. So this is a relatively new one, but we've got a lot more others in a lot more other saves and a lot more hours in those saves.
And that probably includes over the 1,500 hours, maybe 100 hours or so of you just letting the game run in the background.
Ah,
Like you let this one run in the background a couple of minutes.
Don't tattle on me.
Okay, I guess that's battling.
But one mechanic in the game though is that you literally do leave it running sometimes when you just have some production milestones that you have to meet, like 2,500 versatile framework, for example. You see that up there. How long does it take to make that? A lot. So with a need for 2,500 versatile framework, yeah, a lot of times, when you've just got a milestone you have to meet, you just let it run. So anyway, okay, so I've been tattled on and I confessed, and I can be forgiven of my sins now, right?
Yeah, and Anthony Zero says, who doesn't let the game run sometimes? Jade says, I'm at 40 hours. Got the game a week ago, so you can tell it's consuming my life.
Yeah, if that's only in a week, yeah, it's consuming something. Watch out, wives and girlfriends tend to object to being neglected, so. Wives and significant others, should I say.
Ben says, I got like 80 to 100 hours of playtime in my first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can get obsessed. Okay, so here's our versatile framework factory here. And so we've got 50, 100, we got 322. So we're going to have to automate some of the steel beam and modular frames. See, right now I sneaker net these things. I go run downstairs and bring up steel beams and steel beams and modular frames. I stuff them in here, and away goes the machine, and it keeps on working until it runs out of product, and then I have to go get some more. So I just keep working it that way and keep going. So I will go ahead and go get that machine running so we can get versatile framework going, and then I'm going to put another level on this factory and start putting some automation in.
So AR asks, where's the best place to start with aluminum factories? I'm checking the map and node locations, and there's no real good location, is there?
Bauxite is a rare mineral in the world, so you've got to. That's your critical item that you have to worry about. What am I doing? I'm thinking, trying to walk and talk at the same time, and I don't do too well. It's kind of, can I walk and chew bubblegum at the same time? Sometimes no.
You need to get some lighting in here, Doc. It's getting a little dark.
Yes, I do. That's why I've got my headlamp on. Okay. So you got to find bauxite. And if you go to satisfactorycalculator.com, satisfactory-calculator.com, find the bauxite. And then that's where you really need to put your factory, so that you can get the bauxite in there and keep things running that way. All right.
Alexis says, a friend of mine said he should write his review as not recommended, as I had a wife and kids before I started this game. Now all I have is a giant factory that forced my 4090 down to 5 frames per second. So in the Gigafactory world, we put our aluminum mine right at the very center of the map, because there's a pure, impure, and normal node all really close. and we even trucked in some more, or conveyored in some more bauxite from east of there, I think. And it ended up being a really large aluminum factory, and it worked out pretty nicely. The other option, Trumpkin noted, because we had a factory there too, is near the western oil fields. They're pretty high up, but you bring them down to the beach, you have plenty of space to build.
Okay.
That's 2 good locations.
Yep. Yes, and when we say a large aluminum factory, it was quite large.
Yeah. We maxed out a 1200 line. Oh, we maxed out 2 1200 lines, if I remember correctly. So.
Cool. Okay, that should stay running a good long time. Good lot of frames. Well, frames will run out, but what kind of ratio do I have here? 1 to 12. Okay, 1 modular frame to 12 steel beams. So good. I probably should go get some more steel beams and fill that container up with steel beams. No, it's pretty full. Okay, so the virtual framework is working. I do want to see if I've got enough. I'm going to go ahead and dump in the pipe and the copper sheet. Do I have any copper sheet in my inventory right now? No, none in the depot and none in my bag. So guess what I want to do? I'm gonna run over here where I'm making some copper sheet. You can see my old factory is still still on grass here. Where I started, still on grass. Oh, let's sort that. I can't remember how. Okay, so I've got 800. There's 1,000. And how many? Oh, I've got plenty of pipe. Okie doke. Let's go drop that in there. Okay. The game. Okay. So Bonad says the game, his amount of gameplay doesn't include the amount of time he spent researching how to do stuff. Yep, that would be true. Third solo through, sticking in no mods, having to relearn the early game struggles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you quickly forget those early game struggles.
Mm-hmm.
You get reminded, like kind of like a slap in the face when all of a sudden you realize that those conveyors go low. It's amazing. All right.
One thing he did with the speedrunning short that we just put out was, it came down to we made the speedrunning short. Yes, it's about how to speedrun, but it's also how do we get through this early game quick enough to get the worst of the pain behind us, so we can enjoy playing the game again, right?
And that's kind of what this Doc Solo was about too, although I didn't really speed run it with the idea of I'm on the clock trying to get progress made. I pretty much have all the painful parts behind me now, so I've got 25 of those and I only need 16. Yay!
Ben asks, do you have a fuel power plant or are you still on coal?
I'm still on coal. I unlocked the rest of it, I just haven't done anything with it yet. So, still on coal.
And Alexa highlights her message. She says, have you thought of doing a community game where we all build a real factory together and go to endgame with all of us instead of a speedrun?
I have thought of that. And in fact, I mentioned it.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails
Just a
can
second.
control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, Ada. Okay, so talked about that. You know, I was wondering if we take our speed run where we did speed run through the initial phases, initial tiers. If we take that speed run save and then say, okay, now let's go make a mega factory somewhere. What's everybody's thoughts? Because frankly, that would kind of be a good place to start. Unless somebody would rather start a lot less chaotic and build neater from the start. So, Ben, are you saying you'd love taking it from where we stop the speed run and go forward? Is that what you're saying? That you'd love?
I think the speedrun is a good start.
Uh-huh.
Personally, I think that the big deal is making sure that we have, that we're spending some time coordinating between people instead of just the chaotic do everything is, everybody just goes and does their own thing. Do a little bit of planning of this is where we're going to build this factory, this is where we're going to build that factory, and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Random guy says, yo, just got into Satisfactory because of you. And I love it. It's my favorite game, not even joking. All right. Well, very good. Toji says, Toji gave us an emoji. How about that?
An emoji
Not
from
quite sure what
Toji.
that emoji is. It's a Toji emoji. Biting his nails. It looks like he's biting his nails. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, so
Alexa says better start over because we wasted a lot of tickets and rare stuff in the map for materials over building stuff for a mega factory.
now that's a thought.
That's way too rational of a thought.
Yeah, well, it is a rational thought. Thanks, Fire Eyes. Appreciate that. That is a rational thought, and you're right. We did spend a lot of coupons buying parts to just speed run through the tiers. So we'd have to either redo those, get some more coupons, which isn't impossible. And yes, we did overbuild stuff in places.
So yeah, we could just start over.
Yeah, the balance between suffering through tier 1 belts, tier 2 belts, tier 3 belts, to get, I don't know. The biggest thing I worry about is when we want to build and organize these things right down here. These foundations take a lot of cement. So, Alexa says, well, next speedrun, just don't waste the tickets. Yeah, we could do that too.
Yeah.
No waste. Waste makes haste makes waste, right?
And
Or so my
Juice
mom
Snarf
always
here
said.
says, "Woohoo! Party! Congrats!"
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Now I have a little bit of automation over here, folks. I have a little bit of automation here making those parts, there. Do I not have hover packs yet? I don't have a hover pack yet, do I? Anybody can answer that for me? At the tier that I'm at, do I have a hover pack yet? If I've unlocked hover packs,
Then you definitely gotta do it.
then I definitely got to go get one. Okay, jetpack and blade.
yeah.
No hover.
Yeah, it's a higher tier thing. Trumpkin says, "Yeah, that's like tier 5 or 6." Yeah, or
Okay.
tier 7.
Tier 7?
It always feels like it comes too late.
Way too late.
By the time you get to the end game, it's like, "Oh, I've had it forever." What do you mean this is a game without it?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Pod return in. It has returned. Pod is back. Okay, so if I'm going to start first time chat, no, it's the next tier. Yeah,
Oh, no.
which means I got to complete the next phase without hover packs.
VR Norway is in trouble.
What's that?
He says, "So I started with nuclear and I fell asleep. Came back this morning. My whole base is basically Chernobyl. I can't go near it or I just die."
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh. You got to be so careful when you start your nuclear. What you might want to do is go to a previous save and load the previous save rather than suffer through it.
Yeah.
You know, unless you just didn't save during it, because your autosaves keep overwriting themselves. You only get 3 autosaves, a 0, a 1, and a 2, and then it starts at 0 again. And so if it was running all night, you only have 3 autosaves that are going to be relatively recent. So if you saved before you went to sleep, then you're good to go. But if you didn't, you're going to be stuck for a bit.
You might have to find a new base to kind of start up long enough to get yourself a hazmat suit.
Yeah, exactly.
You should have a hazmat suit by this point. You just need the filters, really. And so you should be able to go and just make some filters.
So Alexa's continuing the discussion about doing one with a Gigafactory or a Megafactory. Yeah, you could do an speed run next Monday, for instance, and spend your tickets on stuff like walls, foundations, and other factory stuff rather than materials, so we could make good time. Yeah. Alakazam trainer. You train Alakazam people? Okay. No.
Alakazam was also the name of a Pokemon.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so that would be more of a Pokemon reference.
Possibly.
Okay. I think my first playthrough, I looked and it did 1 nuclear power plant, decided it wasn't worth the effort.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, our Gigafactory save has a huge nuclear power plant that started with the uranium and went to the plutonium and then through the vixonium to where we had no waste at the end. But that was a trip. I mean, we must have spent 3 or 4 live streams just on making that one factory.
Yep.
So yeah, VR Norway. VR Norway squared. Okay, yeah, it is a Pokemon reference, he says. Okay, so now we're to the point where we have to get done with phase 3. In order to get done with phase 3, I'm going to go make another floor, and we're going to start actually taking, instead of throwing this stuff into storage bins down here, we're going to start transporting it and bringing it to where we need to make the next items. So that the next pieces of the factory are fully automated. So I'm going to check here. And first, it was a motor. What is that big motor called? Nope. What is the 500 one and under, the middle one in phase 3 called? Can somebody pop that in the text there?
That's not a turbo motor, is it?
Is it a turbo? Nope.
No.
What is that?
I don't store things in my brain with English words. That would be a silly thing to do.
Yeah, pictures work better for me too. That's why I'm having a hard time coming up with a name. So let's just go parts here. And
Fire Eyes asks what your opinion is on 1.1.
So far, the jury is out a little bit on the elevator. Garrett it's a modular engine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Milky J just get a turbo motor and modular engine. I think those are pretty similar, you know.
Mm-hmm. And so we need a manufacturer here. We're making rotors. We've got rubber and we've got smart plating. So the motor, the modular engine shouldn't be all that difficult to make. So let's get it moving. And we have trains. And we have both rubber and plastic being manufactured in a place where we need to train it on in. Because that's... Okay. Trying to figure out how I'm going to set this up here. Because I've got to get the rubber here. And I might as well get the rubber and plastic to my factory at the same time.
To the oil fields.
So, and we've got an existing oil field already. So we can modify that. Okay. Very good. I'm gonna get a floor up there and get it started. Where am I? There's where. Alrighty, I want walls, my friend. I want more, more walls.
And Milky J just moved to Twitch from YouTube. So just so everybody knows, if you don't know, we are both live on YouTube and on Twitch. So you guys can hang out on whatever platform you'd like. But there's both links for everybody.
And by the way, I do not have an impersonator on TikTok. We are starting to put our content out on TikTok, and I don't want to hear any negatives about TikTok. If you don't like it, just keep it to yourself. That comment is for Robert.
That's for me. Yeah, that's me.
Um,
Look, I like them a whole lot better if they start paying us money. You know?
well, one thing I found out is you don't get the sleaze if you search for stuff that's not sleazy, and after a while, your your stream gets filled up with stuff that you want to actually watch. So.
Yeah. And Adressy asks, is the AI son doing TikTok since Robert hates it?
It's the AI son. And that is a funny thing too. We got a lot of comments wondering if the short that Robert did was AI generated or if it was actually Robert. And yes, it was actually Robert. And the most prevalent comment was, well, it's got the same pacing and everything. You know, Doc must have just recorded it and put an AI voice to it. No, I didn't. Robert actually did voice that short. So just so you know, it was Robert fully and realistically all him. So.
And the truth is, and some of you guys responded with this, but when you have the same person scripting it, and it's father and son, you know, who are recording it, our voices are going to sound a lot alike.
And our cadence,
our cadence and patterns, and yeah, all that stuff is going to be alike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to turn out like that.
And Nathan dropped by to say, congratulations, love your work, wishing you a restful and peaceful summer. Well, that's not going to happen. Thank you for the well wishes, but, you know, you try building a house and have a restful, peaceful summer. Yeah,
you can have a restful, peaceful summer if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd love to have a restful, peaceful summer. And by the way, you know, when you've got 9 grandkids on the same property as your house, you can never have peaceful. Period. Peaceful just doesn't exist in that environment. So you gotta love it. Gotta love it. And I love my kids. I love my grandkids. And hopefully that shows.
Although on more than one occasion, Mama Doc has come out here to the studio for the couch to get some. It's that 5 minutes rest sort of thing.
Exactly.
Come in here. Nobody saw me, right?
Yep. Nobody's gonna chase me down here. She just doesn't want to be out here during our live streams because we jabber a lot, you know.
Oh yeah.
So.
No, I'm not a father. My sister is coming here. She's building a house on the property, so we're gonna have 3 families. Well, we'll have a bunch of adults here.
Yep.
So
we will have a bunch of adults watching out for all those little ankle biters running around.
Mm-hmm. Address there. I just lost it.
So it does look like you can add to an existing elevator. So
really?
I created the 2nd floor here. It's letting me add to it up above it.
You can.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Now
I
I
never
don't have
tested
enough materials to do it. I need to go get some modular frames.
Oh, okay. Sure.
But for what materials I had, it looks like it's letting me do it, so I
Good.
can put a elevator stop on the third floor up there. Yay. Okay.
Alexa, unfortunately, adult is just a function of time, not competence. If it was a function of competence, I'd agree with you.
Even at my age, there are many, many times where I don't feel a very adult. Like, should I show him my Father's Day gift?
Oh, sure.
I'm going to go off camera and grab something. I'll be right back.
And Eileen asks, how many grandkids do you have? If that's okay to ask. It's going to take him a second to count. But he'll figure it out, and, I'm sure he'll tally it up. It'll take a couple of hands.
Let's get this all on the screen.
Oh, here, let's send you back to this room. Give it a little bit bigger screen there.
Yeah. Hot Wheels cars have been fun for me ever since I was a kid. And this is a poster of their very first, it's a replica poster of their very first advertisement for their, Hot Wheels cars line that they first put out. Can't remember the year on this. It's in the 1970s or possibly late 60s. Anyway, I owned every single one of those cars on this list. Some of them were my favorites, and some of them I wish I still had. They'd probably be pretty valuable now, but I've at least got later productions of most of those cars. So that was a poster that we're going to proudly display here in the studio, along with I got a second Hot Wheels poster and an Indianapolis 500 poster. So.
So just showing off that one for now.
Yep, we'll show off that one for now, and then we'll
see the others.
We'll see others.
So, how many grandkids do you have?
Okay. Somebody's commenting on my cans of monsters.
No, Ben. we have a sister who's married and has kids.
Oh,
she's the one who's moving in.
Yep, she's the one that's building the house.
Yep.
And so I'm doing a lot of the electrical. Let's take me back to the game.
Okay.
Doing a lot of the electrical. So, how do you not get burnt out? I'm struggling with that because I'll leave here. We got 10 acres that we're trying to tame because most of it was wooded. And then at the same time, we're building that house and doing the electrical. So yeah, by the end of the day, I'm pretty whooped, especially if I've had a nice long live stream, which is relaxing, but tiring too. Because you try talking for 4 hours straight. It gets to be a little challenging at times. So
experience as a professor definitely helped.
Definitely.
Although
Okay.
COVID didn't help.
No.
Kind of undid a lot of that.
Yes, very much undid a lot of that. I was teaching in class most of the time and ended up teaching virtual quite a bit.
And virtual means you don't get to see your students.
Yep.
Interaction becomes almost none.
Yep. So I'm teaching, way too many online classes, of course, because of that. And the only reason I say too many is because I would rather teach them all in person. I did the my half my bachelor's, all of my master's, and all of my PhD online. Oh, you can hear the music coming out of there. Jeez. So, but and I really didn't enjoy the fact that I couldn't relate with my instructors. I wonder if I'm going to have to move this outlet thing here, Robert.
Yeah, you will.
I think Garrett complained about that, didn't he?
Yep.
So I just need to, okay.
So Metal Thunder clarified, what do you mean? He meant getting burnt out of playing the game. How do you keep from getting burned out playing a game?
Um, when I started feeling a bit burnt out, in fact, I'm struggling a little bit with the Gigafactory being burnt out because I'm doing a lot of repetitive things. Because it's just so massive, you got to do a lot of the little stuff along the way before you can get it up and fully functional. And there's virtually no exploration left. I mean, we've tapped most of the wrecks, we've got most of the Mercer spheres and the sloops. Basically, just restarting is the way that I have accomplished getting rid of the boredom, and that's really what gave birth to Doc Solo. Is my desire to not get burned out. So,
For me, I've played a lot more video games than Doc has, and I've heard people ask that same question about Satisfactory and about World of Warcraft, about a lot of the kinds of games that you're going to sink thousands of hours into. And my answer has always been the same. Let yourself get burnt out and move on. Go play something else. At some point there'll be an update or there'll be something that changes that pulls you back, and you can play it again for a bit. Especially on a game like this, you don't have to go pay for another month in order to play it. It's okay. Move on. Play something else. Enjoy something else. There's a ton of good games out there. Don't force yourself to play more if you're not feeling like it.
yep. And so, Robert's trying very hard to get me to play other games so that I don't get burnt out. I'm sure he has other motivations too, but
Yeah.
the last thing I want to do is get burned out on this game simply because it's got such uniqueness to it. I'm going to try to add Star Rupture to it.
Oh, it looks like you got a foundation above this.
Now I've got the top of the.
Okay.
I've got
On
the
the
top,
outside.
yeah.
Maybe it's just the reflecting into it. Yeah, it's just the reflection. Crazy.
Well, stupid turbo.
So Adra Stay, referring back to a previous conversation, says, I'm still working from home, but getting sick and recovering the past 2 years helped me stay at home. And going through the same, I might be able to stretch my work from home situation for a nice long time.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm looking forward to going on sick leave again.
Wow. Well,
I think you're going to have to build the elevator up, then put in the 4-stop.
Yep. Obviously, that was not what I had counted on.
And then,
Oh dear. Oh dear.
oh,
It deleted the entire elevator.
oh no.
Okay, start all over again. Okay.
Adra Stay says, I'm kind of at that slow burn, that burnout point with my slow road build. I want to build factories and stuff, but I also want to complete my very ambitious plan to build all the roads. Yeah. And that's why, we built the outer shell to the Gigafactory. Then we scale it back
Yeah, we did.
quite a bit.
You've got to. Yeah, we had to scale it back. That's all I can say is we had to scale it back. Okay, so this is how you do it. You choose where you want your floor to be put. You put the shaft in, and then you put the floor or the openings where you want them put, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not powered up yet. By the way, one thing that's neat about these is I can never do that. Some people are so good at, they do the jetpack and still can hit it, even though they're moving. I'm not able to. Okay, so if I still can't get into it, oh, I
Call
have
the
to
elevator.
punch the button.
Eileen says, game burnout is something people underestimate. I've had it so bad that it affected my day-to-day life even.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, I can go down to the main floor, but oh, why is it there? That's weird. It automatically put it in, and it put it in facing the wall.
Oh no. You're stuck, Duck. I'm sorry. I think you have to start over.
Well, still learning how to do elevators.
Yeah.
And the question is, how do you get it to match up with the floor?
I think that is matched up with the floor, technically.
Yeah.
I think it's just the lift that pops up just a slight bit.
Mm-hmm.
Metal Thunder says, I love playing this game and making big things like a mall.
Yeah.
But now my factory's turning into spaghetti.
Oh. Hmm. Wonder how that happened. All right.
Hey, do it. Okay, so just try building a new floor at the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it looked like it turned off the other one and destroyed the other one, and
And Matika says, not gonna lie, this looks awesome. I got 300 hours and I still make some mistakes. Yep.
all right. So I can go to the stop on 36 meters. I haven't customized the buttons yet. All right. I can go in and out. Yay. Now I can
So
go ahead.
Alakazam
Yeah.
asked about mod packs in Minecraft.
Oh, we're going to have a Minecraft question.
Well, he's just wondering if you've looked at some of the more technical mod packs yet for that.
Robert won't let me.
Yes, Adris, yeah, that is coming soon. No, it's true. Doc is brand new to Minecraft. He's been playing it now for just a couple of months, and he only plays it every once in a while when I make him. And
We can keep up with the lies, you know. I can do it just as much as you.
well, what do you mean the lies? Where's the lie?
That I only play when you force me to.
Well, you know. So anyway, we'll definitely do mods at some point. Wallacrum says, "Congrats on to the play button." Yeah, I'm super excited about that. Okay, we have we have all sorts of questions for you, Doc.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So first, Metal Thunder, how do you manage overflow of liquids you don't want?
Overflow of liquids. Oh, man. That is such a problem because they haven't really, there's no sink for overflow on liquids. You know, you would think you could just put a valve at the end of a pipe and just open the valve
Right.
and let it flow out. But no, you can't. You don't have any real mechanism for it. So the way I've been able to handle it, or the way I've handled it, is to get one of the industrial buffers. And if you only have the first level buffer, you know, start with that. And then you just have to remember to come back and drain it once in a while. Or find a machine that uses it.
So balance it as perfectly as you can. Use buffers that you flush manually if you have to. You can always, if you have unlocked the packager, which is a bit later, you could always package it and then
Then you
think the
can
packages.
think the packages, yep.
So yeah.
By the way, we're almost to 1,100 followers in Twitch.
That's cool.
So if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't hit that follow button, why don't you do that now? See if we can push it over 1,100 in followers there.
That would be neat.
Yeah.
Okay, next technical question.
Okay.
Let's see. A virus says, I just started playing the game and I'm already getting overwhelmed. I don't really know what to do just in general. What do I need to focus on? What materials are important to produce, etc.?
Okay. The help that you have there is to go look at the next tier. So you go to the hub, you set the next tier as a milestone, and you do that, let me get a dialog box up here. You do that up here in this corner up here. You select a milestone so that you know what you need to build next here. And you build from milestone to milestone. And that kind of focuses you on the next complexity and the next complete thing that needs to be built. And so work through each of those tiers, and that pretty much keeps you on track.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've completed tiers that are forcing me to complete a phase in the space elevator. And the space elevator is what, the parts that Fix-It wants to have for this up here, for their constellation up in the sky. So, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And next technical question, we got a first time chat. Wet concrete is very popular for dealing with excess water. You may try a loop back, but it gets tricky to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
Was there another technical question?
Oh gosh, we've had actually quite a bit of conversation here, so I'm just
Good.
yeah.
That's good conversation.
Volcrum, yeah, it is entirely possible to get it working 100%. It's just a different level of complexity than everything that comes before it. So, as you build up that skill, once you have that skill, it feels easy. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Once you've experienced it.
And Harry J. Johnson says, congrats on the 90K.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Metal Thunder's booting up Satisfactory right now to go deal with his overflow.
Okay, cool. Okay.
He says he's at tier 8 and hadn't thought about packaging and syncing it, so he's going to go take care of that right now.
Ah,
Awesome.
okay. Now, can you package water, Robert?
Yeah.
And you can sync packaged water.
Yeah.
Because we had that same problem in our nuclear power plant, remember? On that one floor.
Uh-huh, we did.
And it's probably still a problem we need to check out once in a while. But we have it pretty well balanced now, so it's not a problem quickly. It doesn't come up just really fast.
Oh, another technical question. This one's from It's Kev Dog.
Okay.
He says, how do you grow such magnificent hair? He's the one who called it a technical question.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you're referring to the mustache?
When I was...
You have to be 67.
That's it. When I was... oh gosh, how old was I at the time? Early teens. For the shortest amount of time ever, when Doc was going to college, he was going to that community college at the time, so he wasn't Doc at that time. He was just another student. He had the perfect Commander Riker beard, and it was amazing. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever, but that only lasted a short time.
Yep. Mama Doc eventually prevailed. She, of course, did not appreciate it.
It's Kev Dog says, well, I'm bald, so,
That doesn't help.
That doesn't help much at all.
That does make it kind of difficult. Well, then again, if it's not growing up top, maybe it'll grow really good, around the chin.
There you go.
Yeah, my brother was really upset with me. He reached his 40th birthday and his hair was completely gray. And if you notice, mine isn't completely gray yet. It's slowly getting there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm 8 years his senior, and he was upset that mine wasn't gray yet. So
Yeah, Doc got the best of both worlds because all my uncles, mom's brothers, they're all bald.
yeah.
And Metal Blender observes that turbo motors are a pain to make.
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
Yep, they are. And I'm going to be delving into that pain here shortly.
Yup. And Alexa, for some reason, says you have good sons.
I don't know why she'd say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I have good sons.
It's Kev Dog says, yeah, that's what I'm working on, but now it just grows like an Amish person. So there's that. the big old chin strap beard. Oh, we're good sons because we're not all gray or bald yet. That's okay.
That's what makes them good? Okay.
We have good genetics, at least. The source material was good.
Oh, forget turbo motors. Anything past 3 is a pain to make. Also, heavy modular frames. Yeah. Heavy modular frames. That's quite an exercise. You can never get enough of those, and you can never make enough of those. And those two, of course, don't cooperate very well with each other. You can't get enough and you can't make enough. It doesn't work.
Okay, it's Kev Dog's got to go back to work. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Okay, it took me way too long to actually get what Alexa was saying.
Uh-oh. What?
You have good sons because somehow you survived without going entirely gray or bald.
Oh,
That's
get
it. There we go.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't make me gray.
Right. That,
Well,
I mean, that's one standard.
yeah, that would be one standard. That would be good. And for the most part, that's true. I don't have enough material to make this last square. So, looks like I'm going to have to go fill my bags.
Actor says, had a colleague who insisted gray hairs don't fall out. He was so happy turning gray 10 years ago. Guess what?
He's bald now?
He's bald now. That's sad when you go gray and bald, especially when you're younger. We have a 6-month resubscription. Holy cow. You've been here since the start on Twitch.
Fantastic.
Yep, he's got that founder's badge right there.
Oh.
Welcome back, Capture. Good to see you again. Man, we've only been on, I don't know, in some ways it feels like we haven't been on Twitch for very long at all.
Yeah.
Man. I see, when we started on Twitch was when we were doing the nuclear power plant. That was very early on Twitch.
Okay. So, obviously I don't have enough concrete, pardon me. I don't have enough concrete because this container is not filling it up fast enough. So, I guess what I need to do is see if I can upgrade any of these machines to pump it out a little bit faster. Because that container over there is probably full. Yep, the container's full. which means I've got a whole lot more possible production than I have production.
So Kevin, the CPA Kevin, has an interesting strategy.
Okay.
He says, I actually have brown hair, but I'm in the process of dyeing it gray. Figured I'm going to turn gray. Might as well beat Father Time at his own game. Sure.
Okay, that works. I mean, okay, that works.
And the great artist and Volochrome both renewed their subscription.
Great.
Yeah, I guess we're at that 6-month anniversary because all of our day one people are still going. Wow.
Very good. Thanks to Starby for his sub gift. Starby is his girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And we got a.
Brett and I are going to the honor stores.
Oh, Mama Doc and Britta, the daughter, the daughter that's here that's building the house, is going to go to the Amish store.
The Amish store.
Yeah.
Speaking of.
Yeah, we have quite the Amish community in Missouri. So
Yeah.
communities plural. Yeah. And so you have these Amish stores popping up everywhere, and they're pretty cool to go into to see the artisanship that is there. Really nice, really neat.
So, Alakazam says, random questions since I play with mobs on passive now. Which of the aggressive ones do you find the most annoying to deal with?
On Minecraft?
No, we're talking. We're still talking Satisfactory. Which of
Okay.
the aggressive ones the worst?
I don't know because I've always played on passive. Isn't that terrible?
Of the aggressive ones, I think the flies are the worst, just because there's so many of them, or whatever they're called, the ones that burst out, because there's a whole bunch of you and they just kamikaze, so they're annoying.
Yes.
But actually, the most annoying mob in the entire game is not the hostile ones. It's the giant space whale tick thing that just stands in the middle of your factory and won't leave for anything. Yeah, the hatchers. Oof.
They just get in the way.
Those are the worst. Apparently, you can crouch and sneak up on them. Wow. Ugh. And they won't hatch. Interesting. We got 4 people who said that. Okay, so apparently this is common knowledge. I didn't know that.
It just wasn't common with me. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, another technical question.
Okay.
Is ionized fuel worth the hassle?
I don't think we ever did ionized fuel.
No, we
So-
stopped it. We did rocket fuel.
Yeah, we stopped at rocket fuel, so I guess I can't tell you whether it's worth the hassle or not because I never hassled with it.
Alexa, in all caps, says no. Okay, Alexa doesn't like ionized fuel.
Obviously.
And Metal Thunder says, I have one of those space giraffes in my storage. Yeah, they get everywhere, no matter what.
One of those what?
He called it a space giraffe, but, you know.
Oh, space giraffe.
Rocket fuel wasn't terrible.
Uh-huh.
To be honest, I'd have to look at the actual output, but if we decided to not go nuclear, I think we should have instead go with ionized fuel. If we decided not to do nuclear.
Okay.
You know, just to get that extra power output, but... Address say I'm not reading that out loud to him. He doesn't need to know that. Nope. You go and read it anyway. God. Come on, Doc. I should have just ignored it.
Oh, really?
Can somebody get this man an extra 6 inventory slots? He's going to need it.
All right. All right. I'm going to get my concrete problems taken care of here.
And Bottleman's asking if it's worth making turbo fuel power plant versus normal fuel. And I would say yes, it's absolutely worth doing turbo fuel.
Absolutely. What we did is we had regular fuel burning in our oil-fired, fuel-fired power plants. And once we opened turbo fuel, we just upgraded everything straight to turbo fuel. And it really helped the production.
Mm-hmm. That's the big difference between the coal generator uses coal versus the fuel-based generator. We'll use any one of the fuels.
Mm-hmm. Any one of them. Okay.
So, Metal Thunder, he says it actually is a space giraffe. The development name, or in some of the development documents, they called it a space giraffe tick penguin whale thing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I can never remember all of them, so I just say a bunch of random creatures, and
Yeah, one of them's right?
How do you guys know what we're talking about? It's that weird thing.
It's that weird thing that you can't kill, you can't push, you can't move. Well, you can kind of slap him and
and
move
you
a
can
little
technically
bit.
kill him, but then it glitches out and doesn't actually leave, and it's just
Okay, power line.
Burby says hello, congrats on 90K.
Thank you. All right. If I could just figure out how to motivate around here,
Uh-huh.
All right, those are all powered up. Now we're actually getting some usage out of that mine. Yes.
Yeah, it just takes a ton of damage. Metal Thunder says, one of my friends threw a nuke novelist onto my base. You called him a friend?
Yeah, exactly. You called that a friend? That was not nice to do.
He says, it was annoying. Yeah.
That would be annoying, yes. That would be one way to say it.
Yeah. Luckily, they don't do damage to buildings.
Yeah, they just do damage to people, Robert.
What?
People.
What?
He blew me up with one just the other day.
I was paid to do that.
So he's a assassin for hire is what he is then. Okay. Okay.
Emmeline Beach says, Grandpa, can you do me a favor? I got all the kids watching on the big TV. Could you say hi to them?
Hi guys. How are y'all doing?
Yeah, so they're just the next building over, all watching on TV. But it's something special to see Grandpa on TV.
Yep. Exactly. Something very special. Okay.
When Garrett and Spencer, my other younger brother, were young. Now, there's an 8-year gap between me and Garrett, just like between you and your brother. Um, there's an 8-year gap there. And we, at one point, we got a VHS recorder. And it had RCA jacks in the back. And so we got this brilliant idea to connect it up to the TV. And so we had basically a camera on a screen for them, and they spent hours and hours and hours. All sorts of antics in front of the TV. It's the same thing as a mirror, but it's the TV. They were on the TV. It was really funny. Cheap
That
entertainment
is
for kids.
really funny. Yes. Okay, I am missing Mercer spheres. I need a Mercer sphere right now. I think I've got at least one Mercer sphere in my containers over here. I'm hoping anyway.
Rune says, I can hear most of chat going, what's VHS?
It might not be too long, and people will say, well, what's a theater?
Oh.
That would be sad, but still, just to give you an idea,
DVD.
when Star Wars Episode 4 came out. Now, Episode 4 is the first Star Wars that came out, right?
Right. And it wasn't even called Episode 4 back then.
Yeah, it was.
I'm pretty sure it was debuted just as A New Hope. I don't know. Anyway, tell your story.
No, everybody knew it was Episode 4, and they did 4, 5, and 6. And then
Okay.
there was this break. But anyway, so Episode 4 comes out. It's 1978, and the only place you could see it was in a theater. And of course, the theater that it was at was called the Roxy Theater in downtown Bremerton, Washington, is where I grew up. And in order to get a ticket and go watch it, because it was only one theater inside the one building.
Wow.
But it was a massive theater with a massive theater, much, much bigger than any of the theaters they have nowadays. A massive theater with a balcony that would overlook and watch the show too. So it was a 2-deck, 2-level theater that you could go watch. And the line to get in and get a ticket was around the block. It was that popular. Now, I saw that in the theater. VHS didn't exist at the time. Now, does anybody even know what VHS stood for? I can't tell you.
I think it was Video Home System.
Something like that.
I think that's what it
Probably
is.
could Google it fast and figure it out. But
Probably, yeah.
so I went for 2 years to Florida and missed Episode 5 coming out, and by the time Episode 6 came out, I was too poor to go to the theaters.
Broke college student.
Yeah, broke college student at that point. And so I didn't see 5 and 6 until much later when it finally came out on VHS and ended up in a thrift store where I picked up a 3-pack of VHS tapes with Star Wars, all the 4, 5, and 6 episodes on it. So that was the first foray into home theater. It was with these VHS, and they came in 2 formats, VHS and Betamax. And the best one did not win. Betamax was by far superior than VHS, but that happens in the technology wars. The biggest company wins. Oh, look at the Aurora Borealis.
That's neat.
That is neat. That's a neat spectacle that the game provides every once in a while. So that's pretty cool.
Christian says, VHS, so the things that you forgot to return in time.
Exactly. And then you had these rental stores that were eventually squashed. You had Blockbuster Video and stuff that were eventually squashed by Netflix that could mail them to your house. And then after a while, they didn't mail VHS anymore. They just mailed discs. After a while, they discontinued the discs, and you just had streaming. So evolution of technology. It's pretty cool to watch. All right. I've got a bunch of cement now. Do I hook it up to this line coming in, or do I just? I think I'm just going to bring it straight to the upper floor.
Capture says Return of the Jedi was the second movie I ever saw in theaters. First was Star Trek 3.
Ah.
And Vulcan says, I've never seen an Aurora.
In your game?
Huh.
Yeah, this is a rather rare phenomenon. You don't see it in your game very
I
often.
wonder if that's a Northern Forest only thing, or if it's rare. Or, I don't know.
Well, the Northern Forest is kind of in the middle of the map, isn't it?
Nah, there's a little bit to the north of it.
Not much. You're right. That's the northern oil fields up there. Yeah, and that's the edge of the map, basically here. So yeah, there's quite a bit down here, and you see lakes and stuff. So, trying to decide what to do with my concrete now that it's being made in abundance. Right, I've got less than one stack still.
Oh. Alexa's trying to build her middle-aged credibility here.
Uh-oh.
She says, yeah, that's why people these days are so lazy. We had to go to the video store to rent a movie to watch with friends. Even when it was raining, it builds character.
Builds character. Oh, boy.
Yeah, we went to, Blockbuster a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And the stores eventually started looking less and less.
Mm-hmm.
Just less and less. Okay. We can just leave it at that, because after a while they just didn't have the money to be maintained well. Their stock levels got lower, and eventually you could tell Blockbuster was just on its way out. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
And Alakazam trainer's seen auroras in the plains, so it's not a local. It's not a local thing.
Okay, so it's not just. Trying to nestle this back. Ah. Okay, I can nestle it right there. Okay, almost got it. Come on. Trying to go from here to invalid shape. Really?
Well, just press R and change to something else and see what happens.
That's right. That's what I wanted anyway, is a straight one. I want this one to make concrete too.
Yeah. Kirby says, speaking of nukes, the lizard doggos appear to be bomb-sniffing dogs. They've got like four now with either the first or second item they ever got being a nuke. Oh.
It's always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, doggo, what do you got there for me?
Yeah, it's such a thing that our lizard doggo short, we highlighted that as a thing. That they could just hand you a pile of uranium or whatever. Just
That's crazy.
and Samuel last name's here.
All right. Glad to have you again. Nice to see you.
Oh boy, we got our favorite friend Oscar here. He says,
Hey.
"Do you know what happens when you hit 100K subs?" Right?
Well, what do you think happens?
And we get a plaque, hopefully.
Yes. Hopefully we get a plaque. Hopefully we get some recognition from YouTube that we've got an attaboy.
Woohoo! Yeah. Derby says, we didn't really have Blockbuster where I grew up. We did have another movie/video game rental store. Many great memories. Still sad it closed due to COVID.
Well, the Blockbuster was on its way out, but before COVID. COVID was the death now, yes, but it was already a dying business model anyway, and I don't think there was any way to save them. Since Blockbusters, there's been these little family video places that have popped up here and there,
Yeah.
but hard to make money when you want somebody to drive to a location, pick up a video, and then drive back to the location to hand it back. The Netflix model was really a lot more streamlined.
It was just superior.
Yeah. Just superior. That's the way to say it. All right. I want to take this concrete up to that level up there. Why is making concrete so painfully slow?
Yeah. And Oscar says that 100K, the celebration is a hot tub stream.
A hot tub. You don't want to see me in a...
No. There was about a half second of recognition that's like, no.
Now, if I was, in my teens and a lot bigger than I am was when I was the scrawny kid when I was in my teens. You put a bathing suit on me and it might not even stay on. I didn't have any big hips or anything. I was just terrible. I was always made fun of by the other kids because I was the geek. So, anyway, once a geek, always a geek. That's why you have a PhD, Doc. Yep, exactly. That's okay. So I've got concrete out there that is in need of a home.
Giuseppe notes that there's still one Blockbuster in the U.S.
There is?
Mm-hmm. It's become sort of a Blockbuster museum type of thing, but yeah.
So they don't actually do videos there?
They might, but I don't know.
Huh.
And yeah, Oscar, you're right. Blockbuster could have saved themselves because around 2000, the creator of Netflix offered to sell it to Blockbuster.
To sell the Netflix model to Blockbuster?
Yep. And Blockbuster turned it down.
That blows me away.
Yeah, Flugo, I wish. He says when you hit 100K, you'll get a personalized lizard doggo to deliver the silver plaque to you. That would be fun.
That would be fun, but I don't think that'll actually happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, we keep dreaming, right?
Yeah.
We keep dreaming.
Samuel last name says, we haven't sorted our nuclear waste problem in our 12-man server. So someone put some doggos in, put some in a doggo's inventory and put it in a bounce pad off a cliff. Is that efficient? Wow.
Do that again? Do what with it?
They put the nuclear waste in a doggo's inventory and put it on a bounce pad, launching it off a cliff.
Okay. And that worked? That would seem like you'd have to do that rather repetitively to make it work.
That's.
Or is that just cruel? Should that be reported to the SPCA? Or something similar.
Oh, Let's Game It Out did that as well? Okay. If he did it, then it can't be too illegal. Yeah, Alex says, that's murders!
That's murderous, yeah. Oh, perfect, I guess.
Did you want it down here?
I want to go up, and I didn't know really any other way to get it to go up.
Well, if anybody would do it, Let's Game It Out would do it. Yeah.
That's true. He does some of the craziest things.
At least, well, you can't breed doggos. They're a limited resource. So why would you waste a limited resource getting rid of an unlimited resource? I,
Because you can, is probably his excuse.
uh, sure, sure.
I am so pathetic. Do I have any option for getting rid of this solid biofuel for my jetpack yet?
Um, no, I don't think so. Until you start making packaged fuel. I don't think you use coal. I think we tried that, didn't we?
Yeah. We need more.
Metal Thunder says, I think we should be able to ride drones. Yeah.
Should be able to what?
Ride a drone. You technically can. I was able to ride a drone. But
Yeah. But beware of those cliffs because the drones go through them and people don't.
yeah, drones just clip through terrain. And
Yeah.
I died because of it.
When you said that, that was so funny. I just busted out laughing. I couldn't believe it. It was so funny. Oh, look at where it came through. Yay. Look at this. Don't you love that?
No, fun.
That's called not being able to control where your stuff happens.
Nibblemaster says use packaged biofuel for the jetpack. Way better. As in the liquid biofuel? Packaged liquid biofuel? Maybe that's it.
So what does it take to do that? Just water and
I thought you needed, yeah, I think you need a blender so you can get water and the solid together. Which I don't know if you've unlocked that yet.
I have not unlocked the blender yet, I don't
Yeah,
believe.
and
So out of production here, yeah, I don't have a blender yet. I can extract the water, I can package things, but I can't combine water and solid yet.
it says no, you do it in a refinery.
In a refinery?
Okay. Yeah, they're saying it's in a refinery.
Because I've got water just outside of the factory.
Yeah, let's try that then. We haven't tried that before. I think Volcrum was really pushing for us to do that in the previous save.
Yeah, somebody kept on saying to do that. I kept on resisting to do that.
Yeah.
So I guess it's time to stop resisting.
Oscar says, Doc, as a member of OSHA, we approve of the DWRS, the Doggo Waste Removal System.
You do, huh? Okay.
Oof. Oof. That doesn't say much about, OSHA. Or maybe it tells us a lot about OSHA. Doesn't shed good light on them.
Okay. All right, now let's see if I can hit it.
Oh, okay. You know what? Chill Smoke's got it. He says OSHA doesn't apply. Massage 2ABB is not Earth. Ha, good. Oscar will just say he's a member of Space OSHA.
Space OSHA.
Just the- Doc. Oh, Gecko's got a Butterfinger ad. Hey! We're getting somewhere.
A Butterfinger ad?
How about we get you sponsored by Butterfinger and Monster? How about that?
There we go. Okay.
Mars, call us.
Mars? Okay. I think I'm getting my concrete up here. All right. We got it. Concrete. Ready to come.
Alexa says, as head of the DCARF, the Doggo Care and Rescue Foundation, I object to doggo abuse.
Okay. Decarf. Oh, gosh.
And Oscar thinks we should get Doc into Warhammer 40k.
Oh, no. No.
I think that would be a little bit of a stretch. I don't know if we could find... Doc is not the grimdark sort of guy. Debbie says Doc would be a salamander. What?
In what world would I be a salamander? My record in rescuing and taking care of is rescuing and taking care of 36 doggos. Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, Christian asks, would Doc paint miniatures in general?
I would have if I was younger, but after I broke my wrist and now that I've got a horrible shoulder, I probably be too painful after a short time.
Yeah.
I'm barely able to play the computer for very long. So just a second, okay?
He actually used to do model airplanes and stuff like that. So I don't know where they are. They're probably just packed somewhere, but
Good. Okay. You need to go inside now, okay? Okay? Bye-bye. Oh, how do you say no to a little 3-year-old granddaughter coming to the door?
yeah.
She came in, she says, "We're seeing you on TV." Yes, you were. Oh, what?
And she's the kind of one who will just stand there and she'll just keep talking until she has what in her head is out. And yeah, that'll keep you there for 20 minutes.
Until you understand her.
Uh-huh.
Finally. All right, I've got concrete up here. I'm in the process of trying to make a modular engine, and I need to remember what needs to go into that. Modular engine. Okay. Oh, what have we got here? We got an announcement. Follower goal met 1,100. Yes, we hit 1,100 followers in Twitch. That's way cool. We have 34 viewers in Twitch and 51 viewers on YouTube at the moment. Doing really good too. All right, so now that I have concrete upstairs, I'm going to just put this into a container at the moment. And actually, I've got a container filling up down there already. I think I'll just leave that the way it is for now. And look at this stray antenna here. That is one of the challenges in the game is I wish they'd do away with that antenna. That antenna is the top of the sink. So I would need another whole foundation up in order to get
Just for
over
that.
just the antenna. Notice nothing else is that big yet. The only thing that's that big at this point of the game is the sink. Now, when you get to the particle accelerator, that's taller. But at this point, that is about as tall as it gets. So, all right, I am going to head down to the main floor. And I'm going to head out, and I'm going to make my first train, folks.
Awesome.
I'm going to get some stuff brought over from... I'm going to build my first train station over at... Oh, better get out of the way. I got a truck coming.
Okay. Doc, it took me a little while to find a chart that worked that you know enough references on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to show you the chart of it's a way of describing settings for different fantasy worlds.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'm gonna pop this up.
Okay.
Okay, so we have two axes. The vertical axis, okay, is grim, neutral, and noble. Okay, that has to do with mostly how good the heroes are, how much impact the heroes can make on the world. So at the top, you have in Star Wars and Pokemon, and you have Lord of the Rings at the far right. Heroes can make a big change to the world. They can make the world better. Okay?
Okay.
Then on the horizontal axis on the left, it's bright, neutral, or dark. Okay? Bright on the left, the first column, you see like Star Trek. It's a nice bright world. There's lots of wonderful worlds to visit. Everything's wonderful. The same thing with Star Wars.
They always leave things better when they leave. Or
Yeah,
they try
exactly.
to.
Star Wars, you're visiting all these different planets and worlds, and everything's gorgeous and beautiful, even though there's the Empire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus the dark, like Lord of the Rings is a very dark world. Everything's dark, right?
Yep.
Except for the little bit of the Shire, which is already being attacked. Everything's dark over on
Okay.
the right. So, you love Star Trek, which is in that neutral bright category, and there's Star Wars in the noble bright category.
Mm-hmm.
And then you even have Lord of the Rings, which is kind of the noble dark, which you can love Lord of the Rings, but it's a really heavy story because of it, the darkness there. And Oscar was suggesting, well, you should go play Warhammer.
Yep.
And you see what corner Warhammer's in?
Yep. Grim and dark.
In the future, there is only war, is one of their taglines.
Huh.
You can't make any difference. You're going to live and you're going to die, and you don't fight.
Until you die.
And that's it. So, anyway. Just interesting
Yeah.
description.
I think I'll stay over on the left-hand side of this chart.
Yeah, and it's close to the top as possible too, right?
Yep. Pokemon is up there, huh?
Yep. I mean, with Pokemon, there's nothing evil in that world.
Really?
Well,
Okay.
I mean, the most evil you can get is, oh no, we're going to capture Pokemon, and
Okay.
we're going to capture them and say mean words.
Okay. Why not Final Fantasy 14? Alakazam says. Where would that fit?
For Final Fantasy?
14, yeah.
Well, I don't know about 14 specifically on there. Final Fantasy is usually a pretty bright world. I'd consider them noble brights generally, but they can hit neutral on both axes, I think.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hit a save game here, and because I need to see where the path is that I need to put my train. Okay.
Sure.
And if you recall seeing the short on using path, that's basically what I'm going to show right now. Is because I need to know the path
Okay.
for that I'm going to use to get through from where I'm at to where my factory is. So I'm going to drop in my save game here.
And Caffeinated just subscribed on Twitch. He
Alrighty.
says, congrats on 90K, Doc and Co. It's been an honor to be here with you guys since the beginning. Here's to 100K.
Fantastic. Thank you. We're working on it. We're working on it really hard. Okay. So here's my game. I'm going to take away the fog. You can see where I've got my oil extractors and a few pieces of equipment there. I have not in any way used enough of these resources to justify even being here at this point. But I need to get these resources that I do have to my factory, which is over here. So what I want to do is figure out where the best path is from here to there. And so I come down here and I work on figuring out where.
I think it's right just down a little bit in those buttons.
Roads? They call it roads. Okay,
Oh,
there
roads,
we go.
yeah.
Okay. So it appears as though I can go up this direction and over that direction. Which this road is the same road that I used for my truck route. Nope, I used this road for my truck route, but I'm going to meet up with it here. So I might have to alter my truck route just a little bit in order to make it through here without causing too much conflict, or I might have to just push it to the side. But in any case, I need to. It looks like I can put my train station out here on the flat, and run that train up here beside it, hang a right, and go on through here.
Okay.
All right. So,
I'm catching a little bit of pushback on my comment about Pokemon being noble bright. But there's not really being any evil there. I'll say first, I stopped paying attention to that when there were only 250 of them. Second, which is a long time ago.
mm-hmm.
Second, despite the fact that there's deep lore, which feels like it's altering the setting, that's not how the setting is presented and portrays itself. And a lot of things about the noble bright versus grim dark has to do with how the setting is presented to people. So
Now to make it I'm missing plastic. Okay, good. I can go get plastic. Help me remember. Do I face it going outward when I want a two-way train? I think I do. I I turn this so it's facing away, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I need to go grab some plastic.
But if it's a two-way train, you have to put a stop at both ends of your station.
Yep. I plan to do so. Okay. Give me some plastic.
Okay, so Salamander's a faction of Space Marines. Okay, so they're the good faction. They're that tries to be good. Yeah, sure. Just like with in Pokemon, there's the exceptions to the world. There can be good things in an evil world too, or a grimdark world. So how many ports are we putting on here?
I'm going to only put 2 freight trains on this one at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have a really huge factory going up here. Might have to want to add later on to it. But I'm going to start with 2. And
Alexa says you should build a train tunnel with a road on top for your truck.
Train tunnel with a road on top. When I get to where they meet up?
Yeah.
Now that would be interesting.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Oh, Westland Caravaner is really. He says it's so not top left. Maybe it's evolved since you Well, where did you get the chart from?
Oh, just some random Reddit post. Every time you have an alignment chart,
So
there
they're
are
not
people
just-
arguing about alignments.
Yeah. So they're not arguing with you. They're arguing with whoever
Yeah.
posted that particular thing.
I
Okay.
have zero invested in Pokemon. I got into the cards when I was in middle school, and then I discovered Magic the Gathering like 2 years later, and never went back.
It never went back.
Never. But I have a copy of Pokemon Green in French, the Game Boy.
Oh, I bet that.
I did
plays well.
play some of the Game Boy games, the early ones. I also have Gold and Silver.
Why do you have French?
And Yellow. How to get a French copy? I got a copy of Blue, I think, and then traded it with a friend.
Traded with a friend and got French.
Yep. And the weird thing about that is green wasn't one of the traditional colors here made in English. So I enjoyed the game. It's a good, solid game, but I don't care for the universe at all. Okay, let's get back to Satisfactory, where we have another technical question for you, Doc.
Okay.
Aline says, question, I'm having an issue where when I'm building manifolds, I put the conveyor into the machine, a smelter in this case, but when I start sending in ores, the conveyors don't work till I remove them and add them again. Is this a bug?
Interesting. The conveyors don't work until you remove them and add them again? Wow, that's not a bug I think I've heard before.
It definitely sounds like a bug to me.
Yeah. Definitely does.
Christian says, I thought green was Japan only. That's what my memory serves. I'd have to go back and check. Which I can go grab it. I know what the bag is, but no, I'm pretty sure it's green. But I have the yellow special Pikachu edition too, which... Sam Christensen. Doc livestream? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Doc livestream.
Doc does live stream. Yeah.
Milky says, the bug can also be fixed by upgrading the conveyor belt. Happened to me when I upgraded Mark 1 miners. And Alien says, it's not something I've been able to replicate. It happened a few times. Double checked if I accidentally placed splitters before. Power was an issue. Direction was correct. The recipe was also set.
Also said what?
The recipe was set in the smelter, so.
Good job on muting, Robert.
Or just turning the opposite direction.
Okay.
I need a mute button.
Well, you did a good job.
Adrestea says, this is not a live stream, it's AI. Listen to Robert's voice, it's obvious AI.
So far, so good. This path that I'm on is doing really well.
Cool. And Shirt Brother says, congrats on 90K, Doc. You're really doing it.
Yeah, it's coming along. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hit the save button, make sure that I'm not on a path that I'm not supposed to be on.
Yeah, you gotta just double check it a whole bunch. Metal Thunder says, I'm really confused on how to make a train circuit where the trains can come and go without colliding. The signals don't make much sense, or how to make complex multi-turns. We have two shorts on trains. One is on making a two-way train, and the other one is making loops in trains. I'd recommend looking those up on YouTube and watching those, see if that helps you out at all, and ask any questions if you have more past that.
Well, I missed a right turn, Robert.
Back in Albuquerque.
Yeah, somewhere.
What's the origin of that joke?
Back at missed the turnip back at Albuquerque.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just a.
I think it's
That's it. Yep.
there's where I was supposed to go.
And Oscar says, if painting miniatures and battling with tabletop miniatures isn't really your thing, Warhammer has a lot of books. You can look up the Horus Heresy for a recent series.
The Horus Heresy, huh?
Yep. They have a lot. Oh, it's a Bugs Bunny reference. Of course it is. I knew that.
What is a Bug Bunny reference?
Take a left turn at Albuquerque.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
I should have known that. That's the
Yeah.
case.
And this train is really slow going up this hill.
It might be.
I've read a couple of Warhammer books. I found reading the books, especially the earlier ones, to be rather difficult because they're very British. Very, very British. And just the tone and cadence and style was just foreign enough. But I said the same thing with Tolkien as well. And on audiobooks, suddenly it's like, oh, okay, that's the pacing and the style that I'm looking for. Just very, very different for what I'm used to. So. You still heading in the right direction? Oh yeah, there's your factory. So yeah.
Yeah, this is the coal burning.
It's the next question is where are you gonna put the station?
Well, this is the coal plant. So, and it doesn't look like it's very healthy for some reason. Now, why is my coal factory not burning?
Did you ever fix the water issue?
I thought I did. Maybe I need to come back and do that.
And Whitestone Industries here. He says, woohoo, 90k subs. Nice.
Yep. In fact, it's probably about time to show the update. Because we're almost at 90,200.
Cool.
Yeah. So it keeps on moving.
Keeps on moving.
Okay. Well, do I deviate from making my... That new animation gets me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not used to that yet. Okay, I need to get some architecture in here because I need a corner. I don't have the concrete pillars yet.
Uh-oh. You gotta...
Corner road barrier.
Yeah, that's one of the new things they built. Sam Christensen says, wait, hold up. How am I not subscribed? Yeah, that's changing right now.
Good. Good. Oh, because we just hit 1,100 followers on Twitch just a few moments ago, and we're at
Awesome.
90,000, almost 90,200 subscribers. So that's pretty cool.
And
I
Mike
wonder-
just subscribed as well. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay, you can stack these. So
That's interesting. I
Yeah,
don't know about that.
and
Weird.
if you can stack those, then I should be able to then
Build a platform
build a
above
train
it.
on it. Do you want me to build a platform to put it on there?
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, so you do you.
I'm trying to put my train line through.
Okay. So Ignorficio, first time chat over on Twitch, says, "Hello, boss. Was talking with my dad about you the other day. We wanted to say, how old are you?"
You want to know how old I am, do you?
Was talking with my dad about you the other day. We wanted to say, how old are you?
You want to know how old I am, do you? I am ancient.
As the hills.
I'm 60. Gotta calculate this again. 67. I'll turn 68 in November.
Yeah. Alexa says 48. Adrestia says 26. Emmeline Beach. "Oh, he's got a chainsaw. That's cool." Lottie responds, "Oh, that's concerning."
Who responded that?
Lottie.
Lottie's. Oh, Lottie's another grandchild.
Adrestia says, "I always say, when I was young, we played outside with dinosaurs."
That is a possibility too. All right. I'm running out of iron plate here.
Oscar
Okay,
says,
let's go up there and check.
"He helped the Wright brothers design the first airplane."
Oh, their first airplane anyway.
Sam Christensen says, "Wow, just a couple years older than my dad. He also happens to be an engineer, so that's neat."
Gontalgrim once said, Doc is so old he was there with Methuselah for the first running of the bulls.
Okay. As you suspected, Robert, it's a water issue.
Yeah.
And I think I've already got Mark II pipes here.
Yep.
Mark II pipes.
Okay, well, if you upgraded the pipes, then, yeah.
I'm just not getting enough flow. Okay, these pipes should have 600 meters per second, so it looks like it's a matter of not getting enough pumped from downstairs. Which means
Elementare says, "Hey, can I ask you a question?"
Sure, of course you can. And that question is? The question was, can he ask me a question, right? Back in my day, they invented dirt. All right. All right. Either these pumps, these pumps show that they're, okay, each one of these is outputting how much? They're only...
Gontalgrim once said, it is how Doc broke his wrist, damaging fix-it property which will be deducted from the Butterfinger supply.
Doc is fix-it property, apparently.
As all the pioneers are, right? Okay, so these only output 120 per minute.
You need more. Or a lot of shards.
Yeah, and I don't have any shards with me right now. And it's taking all that it can give it. So I don't think it's a matter of the pumps. It's just a matter of not enough being hooked up upstairs. Okay, now we have a cat complaining.
So Elementare asks, what tool did you use to plan your mega factory?
What tool did I use? For that one, I did mostly Satisfactory calculator. I've been using the modeler a little bit more as I've gotten more familiar with the modeler. But, basically, I don't like to plan out much, unfortunately. Maybe that's...
Alexa says, his sons. Yeah, me and Garrett have been there for the entire Gigafactory build. So
All right. We are going to do a little logistics work here, folks. We are going to put a pipeline support right there. No, I'm not, because I don't have enough plate. All right, run back to the...
Gamagen Dumpster said, Doc is so old when he saw Icarus wings he told him the wax on his wings will fail within minutes.
Oh, when he saw Icarus. Okay, they mispronounced Icarus. Okay.
Sam says it was a tragedy to learn that the Butterfinger supply was not, in fact, a candy stash for all Fix-It pioneers.
I'm running with the space whales.
Okay, Metal Thunder's got himself a question.
Okay.
And he says, what's the best type of factory? Mega? Mini? Normal? Any other?
Combination? Oh. You'll put mini factories around the place in order to build in order to refine your metals and so forth, and then you'll transport those. Does this even have any? No, it doesn't. And then you'll build bigger factories once you get them transported to make larger factories that build more complex items. So it becomes literally a combination of different types and styles all the way through your factory. Where do I have plates coming in? Combinations. There I have reinforced plates.
Alexa responded enthusiastically, Gigafactory.
Okay. She responded enthusiastically even.
Well, in all
cool.
caps, like...
Okay.
And Whitestone is absolutely correct. He says modular factories are best for large scale to help with lag. That is something we were absolutely struggling with. Luckily, 1.1 really, really helped. Made things a whole lot more palatable for us.
All right. Iron plate is out. I don't have enough iron plate being made anymore.
Huh. By the way, guys, if you haven't joined our Discord, we would love it if you guys would come and hang out with us. Discord is a lot of fun. We have people there who are sharing their builds, asking for help with their builds. The best part is, and this is actually coming up in a couple of weeks, at the beginning of every month, we compile all the screenshots you guys have shared of in-progress builds, finished builds, showcase, whatever, as well as like pictures of your pets or stuff like that, and we put it together, and Doc watches them all live on stream, reacts to it. That's always a whole lot of fun. We'd love to see what you guys have built, what you guys have created, whether it's highly technical or if it's just a really pretty looking build, especially with all the new photo options in 1.1. So please join the Satisfactory. Come hang out with us. Come have fun. Especially for anybody who becomes a paid member. That's either a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch. You get access to a special forum just for the members, as well as, if you like, you can come join Doc probably once a week, once every other week or so, as we do activities here on our Satisfactory server. And we have a Minecraft server as well, which Doc plays on about once a week. And we're all having a lot of fun over there on the Minecraft server, so you can come join us there as well.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just got my refineries up and running, and the only thing slowing down the refineries is the not having enough constructors. Not having enough constructors.
Do you need to increase the speed on some of those conveyors?
Yeah, that means I need more power shards, which means I need to go make some more power shards. And I'm I'm slow on making any more plate here. In fact, my reinforced iron plate line over here is it's
I
running full
do
tilt right now.
also see that your input line for those is backed up. You could just add another couple of constructors.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I'm overloaded on these, and the line keeps running, so I'm not backing up. I'm currently not
'cause you're
backing up the
sinking.
plate lines. I'm sinking them. So,
Yeah, stop sinking.
yeah, I'm gonna have to stop sinking these so I can keep my plate line going.
There you go.
And
That's
then, yes,
okay,
I
Metal
can,
Thunder. You can hang out with us here.
so I'm gonna go ahead and add a constructor or two. Come on.
So Sam asked another technical question.
Okay.
He says, how do you generally do your item processing? Do you do all the basics and filter off what you need for more advanced materials? Or do you make a line that does the whole process? Or what?
For the Gigafactory, we've got a kind of a combination of those two philosophies. We're going to be making womb to tomb lines for a lot of the products. And part of the reason for making womb to tomb lines like that is because it gets difficult to keep transporting your products from one place to the next place. It creates a massive ton of spaghetti. So a lot of times, like if I want to make a reinforced iron plate factory, for example, I don't necessarily want to be dragging those plates all the way across my Gigafactory when I need the next thing that needs iron plates. So a lot of the easier made materials, I'll go ahead and make on site to feed into the more complex ones, because we found that transporting them was just onerously difficult at times. So, hope that answers the question.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Alexa wants you to make a plastic iron plate, use a plastic iron plate recipe, which the fact that you don't have your train line set up, your oil stuff set up, so you can make all your plastic, I think that's a silly idea, but I tell you what, Metal Thunder, he commented that his parents don't want him to join Discord. I think that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of bad stuff on social media, and Discord is still one of those social media type sites. It is a private community, but yeah, sometimes people post some bad stuff on there that we have to get rid of. We try to keep it as family friendly as possible, but that means you really have good parents, like some other people said, that are wanting what's best for you. And you say your parents are also saying can't buy Call of Duty. Good on them. That's exactly what Doc did. When I was in middle school, the original Halo came out. And I gotta tell you, when the Xbox comes out and Halo comes out, it's the biggest thing on Earth. And I didn't play it, because Doc didn't want me to play it.
Yeah.
Because I was still a kid.
But all of his friends did, and that was really hard.
Man, that kind of hurt, but I tell you what, it was good. When you get older, you can make those decisions and stuff for yourself. But it's good to have parents who care about you.
Yep. Thanks, Robert.
Mm-hmm. Alexa says, when I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to play GTA, Grand Theft Auto, like my friends did, so I read all the token books instead. Good choice.
What a trade-off.
What a huge upgrade. And if I had to rate games GTA for content for kids, GTA is way worse than Halo ever was.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Halo is just guys with big guns splatting aliens. Okay? And then there's some foul language every once in a while. Grand Theft Auto was a crime simulator with all sorts of nasty stuff happening. So, Common Grub says, I'm 47 and I'm still not allowed to play Grand Theft Auto. Well, if you're trying to do it IRL,
Yeah, in real life, that would not be a thing to do.
yeah. Sam says, I say personally, I ended up on social media pretty young and led to some struggles in my life. So while it sucks, it's a wise boundary to set. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, and Metal Thunder says, my parents would never let me play GTA, much less play the game, let the game be played in the house. Yeah.
Look at my lines, Robert.
Ew. Ew.
Yeah, I need to get my pipelines figured out and get
Yeah.
updated over there, which is part of the reason I'm here, because I need plate in order to do that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, these are starting to look a little bit ugly with production right here, current consumption here, but consumption is crossing over right there. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
You know, right there. But capacity is a little higher.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, the delta here is probably those biomass burners down below that kick in when needed. So I'm perilously close, and I'm powering up 4 more machines here. I live dangerously, right?
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. CPA Kevin says, oh my lord, look at that EKG machine of a consumption readout.
Yep.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. Eileen says, spaghetti power, anyone?
All right.
Johannes says, what's the best starter biome, and why?
You know, that the reason why multiple starter biomes exist is because there's no best, except for what level of play you want to experience. So literally, if you've been through it a few times, the challenge of going to what's that, the flat desert out there that has virtually no water, the far right one, can't remember exactly what it's called.
Yeah.
The challenge of going and doing that one is preferable to starting other places, because other places don't give you the challenge that place does in its lack of water, basically. So it really depends on what kind of gameplay you want to do right that time when you're starting the gameplay. And I started in the grassy area first. Started in the rocky desert to do the Gigafactory save. I did just one on my own that I didn't broadcast.
The Dune
In
Desert.
the Dune Desert.
That's what it's called, Dune Desert.
Dune Desert, okay.
Yeah.
And then this playthrough has been the Northern Forest. So I started in all 4. Andrestia wants me to stretch. So I think I will do that shortly. So anyway, I've enjoyed each one for their various different reasons. So
Yeah.
I'm home.
And Sam Christensen says, hey Doc, would you say you have a warm or cool skin tone? I'm making some pixel art fan art right now.
A warm or cool? skin tone. That is language I don't know and understand very well. So I don't know what I'd be able to tell you there.
He does look more pale in real life than he appears on camera here. Because the camera is, of course, uh, adjusted for the fact that he has a vibrant green backdrop that's being green screened out.
Does that help?
But yeah. Yeah, Mr. Havoc saying warm. But he says, congrats on 90K.
You? Heading for that magical 100.
Yep, we have a lot of, looks like everybody's pretty much concurring on the idea of warm skin tone here.
Okay. And what was it you were going to do with that information?
They're making some pixel art.
Oh. Okay.
Cool. Make sure when you're done to post it in the Discord. There's an IRL showcase there that is the best place to get Doc to be able to see it when you're done. Mr. Havoc says, shoot for 1 million subs and beyond. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say that I should have that many. That my content is worth that. So we're building up. I mean, it keeps growing and on an everyday basis. So it got a little wimpy there for a while we were waiting for 1.1 to come out. But you know, it started bouncing back the minute 1.1 came out. So that's cool. And we still have our Northern Lights effect out here. That's interesting. Okay, so we've got these all pumping out more plate.
So Adrastea says, if your skin appears kind of yellow, peachy, or golden, that you have the warm undertones. If it looks
Okay.
pink, red, or slightly bluish, you're cool toned.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't tell, you're likely neutral. And if you have a slightly greenish tint, you have an olive undertone.
Okay.
So he's definitely not olive skinned. I'd say probably warm then.
Okay. Okay, so we're definitely making more plate, but we're definitely not up to full capacity here. We've now got our iron ingot line challenged to make enough iron ingot, which is good because we were backing up on iron ingot before, which means we could increase our iron ingot line and get it moving faster. Let's see, because we're still not using.
Christian, I think Doc right now is like 3 or 4 layers deep in solving problems before he gets back to the modular engines.
Yes, exactly.
But he was asking, what's your modular engine per minute goal? He wanted to make 10 per minute, but that proved to be a massive
Oh,
pain.
that would be huge.
Yeah.
You know, if I can get 1 per minute, that'd probably be good enough. I've got to make 500 of them, so I mean, 500 minutes divides into how many hours?
And that's why you leave it running on 9.
Exactly. That's when you get tempted to just game the system. Yes, you could call it. Okay, so it appears as though I could put a couple more refineries out here, except that why isn't this one running? There's the smoke.
And
Okay.
Metal Thunder, to become a member on YouTube, is $2.99.
Yep, $2.99 and keep it going at $2.99 per month.
Yep. Yep, we keep it fairly inexpensive. We are really appreciative of those memberships. They've really stabilized the income on the channel and helped us to have kind of a benchmark, where we can continue growing instead of just depending on ads, which, if we have a week where the shorts don't do super well, our income drops quite a bit. So.
Okay.
Adristea says, with the numbers some of your shorts have, you'd expect more YouTube subs. But as my gran used to say, what is not now could come.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll come over time.
Upgrading. Gosh.
When my sister came this last time, because they're moving up here, they brought both of their cats. And I've complained about the cats a few times. I'm not complaining about them now, so don't worry. But the first night they spent here in the studio, and it was a whole huge wicked fight between their two cats and our two cats, and we had to separate them, whatever. But that got one of her two cats. That cat knows there's food in here, and isn't willing to go over to their house to learn about the food over there. And every time they've called the cat over there to eat, it'll nibble and then come right back over here.
Yep.
And so, like, for the last 3 or 4 days, it's like it's always on our porch. It's like it wants to come in, and it keeps on sneaking its way in to grab a belly full of food.
Yep. And it's funny because anyway. Yeah, it's too funny. I think I'm just going to leave it going at this. It's not 100% using all of the using all the ore. I'm going to go see if I've got some slugs that I can make some
Okay.
make some power shards.
Ooh.
What?
Sam says, I just helped my neighbor back into his house. He's getting old and frail, and he fell in his garage this morning.
Oh.
That's always sad.
And that's what started injuring my shoulder and my wrist and those kind of things. Gosh, I'm having to learn to be much more careful than what I was before. No slugs. I don't have any slugs. So I'm gonna have to go find where I've used power shards before and see if I can pull them out and reapportion. Because I think I have one, possibly 3 in this machine. Yep.
Doc has always been the kind of guy who he doesn't want to hear problems, he wants to hear solutions, right? That was a mantra when I was a kid. Don't give me problems, give me solutions.
Yeah.
And then the next thing was he'd just go and implement the solutions every time. It just, okay, let's go get it done. Which means that if there's ever an issue, anything going on, Doc just, okay, I'm doing it. And he goes and fixes things before anybody can complain. Which means he's constantly working and doing good.
Okay. And then let's go here, put one in here. Let's go here and put one in here. Okay, so basically I've created 1.5 more machines by
Nice.
increasing each one by 3 of those by 50%.
Okay.
So hopefully this end one will start getting filled up and start going more at 100%. So there's one. And
How about you give it the ingots you have in your inventory?
do I have ingots in my inventory? I sure
In
do.
the relevant items section up top, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
John Connor says, found you when I was scrolling through my YouTube shorts. Just wanted to say thank you for all the helpful tips.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's what I aim to do. Be helpful. Okay, we got one filling up. We got one filling up there. That's the first good news. 10 more downstream. That's the way a manifold works, right?
Yep. Yep, start back up the front and keep on going. So I'll say it here. I don't know if I said it on live stream, but now that we've been having things on Twitch as well, or sorry, on TikTok as well, our short talking about manifolds just was released. And there's something that I used to notice back when we first started doing tips is people really argued strongly against manifolds because they never fill up, they never run at 100%. Because people had observed how long it takes to start up, and they just don't work. But those comments kind of have stopped on YouTube because I think generally the YouTube audience have seen these tips and have come to learn a little bit better. But over on TikTok, nope. It's right back to tons of people arguing manifolds don't work. They don't work. They don't work. So it'll be fun to see that audience learn as well.
Yeah,
And see those comments happen.
and that might be the power of all of the tips that I've been able to give, helping people to actually learn, learn step by step, how to learn the game. All right, now I was needing to get plate in order to build the better piping. So turns out I had a bunch of plate sitting in this container here.
Okay,
So
good.
I'm going to grab a little bit more here. I'm going to store that. I don't need that. Yeah, I'm just going to go with this. Oh, I don't need to store that. Or that. Don't need to keep those. Okay. Let's head on back. Oh, and also I've got tons and tons of solid biofuel I need to make into liquid biofuel. We need to do that too. My to-do list is getting way too long, Robert. And I mean that's what happens when you get into a game like this. Is after a while your to-do list gets long enough that you can't keep it in your head, and then that can lead to frustration, which you just need to not let it lead to frustration. I went the wrong direction. I want to go. Can I go back uphill there? I need to go to the coal plants and not down to the oil field. Okay, put it in your to-do list in game. Yes, I knew somebody would say that.
Kevin says, I remember seeing your short on manifolds and immediately stopped load balancing to start my production lines. I love manifolds and use them all the time and only do load balancing when needed for the next production item, like silica joining up with aluminum scrap to make aluminum ingots.
Yep. And the nice thing about manifolds too is if there isn't enough production coming into the manifold, those later ones just shut down and they don't continue taking up power. Ouch. Ow. Ow. It launched me straight into the truck. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it launched me straight into the truck and I just... Okay, anyway. All right. Okay, now this I couldn't build before because I didn't have enough pipe.
Adrestea says, I was just thinking about how in solo you can't blame your sons for things like this, and then you just go and find the truck.
Yep. Yeah, they are an amazing tool that I can use to copper sheet. Okay.
You know, Doc, they make a to-do list for building stuff too.
Yes. Obviously, that's going to be what people pick on me about today.
Yep.
All right. So if I want to build those, I want to do that. And if I want to build those, I need to make sure I put that on my list too. So I need plastic with me, but I got plenty of that. And I need copper sheet. So I need a bunch of plastic and copper sheet. Now, also over here, I can go ahead
Scooter Bean
and-
pops in and says, "Congrats on 90K."
Thank you. Okay, there's our Discord channel popping up again.
Johannes asks, "What do you think about the future of the game?"
Well, I'm hopeful for the future of the game. Let me make a note here. What do they call the biofuel that's added water? Water added to the solid biofuel makes.
I think it's liquid biofuel.
Okay. So that got that on the list there. Okay, I am gonna go and
Hey, Metal Thunder. I know you'd like to join us on Discord, but I think it's best for you to obey your parents' wishes.
yes. Now, if he becomes a member, we can make some sort of way to get him onto the servers if he wants to.
Yeah, we can pass that information privately if you're allowed to join the Minecraft or the Satisfactory server. But if your parents say no, you should trust them that they have your best interest at heart.
Okay, liquid biofuel. Good, I got it right. Thank you, CPA Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
And Sam Christensen says, if it's a simple splitter, I use a splitter. Otherwise, manifolds. If he's doing a 120-minute of iron, he does a quick 3-splitter array to feed more 4 smelters. That's fine, but after that point, manifold.
Yep. Oop.
Yeah, trying to fully load balance stuff.
It's difficult. To say the least, it's difficult.
Gonalgrim actually has a really good comment
Did
on that.
something break? No, it didn't.
He says, a good compromise is to show your parents doc stream, introduce them to the community, and see if it's something they think is appropriate. Even if they decide against it, it shows them that you're being responsible, but they might say yes. That's a great way of looking at it, Gonalgrim. Oh no. Gecko says, I watched a friend try to load balance 32 smelters off 120 iron ore per minute.
Yeah, why bother?
Oof.
Just put it down a manifold and let the manifold take care of itself. That's the beauty of manifolds, is that, if there's enough production, it just fills them all. If there's not quite enough production, it doesn't fill the last ones. You don't have to worry about trying to load balance them, and once you balance them, you realize you don't have enough for all of them.
Yeah. Gecko says, it caused me physical pain.
let me build a pipe, please? Okay, and a pipeline junction. All right, begin filling up. Yep, see? Starts expanding immediately. Nice. Okay. And that pipe is full and getting fuller. Getting up to 600 flow rate. Very good. Okay, now let's check the other line here.
Uh-oh, Doc.
Uh-oh, Doc. Uh-oh, Doc, what?
Attention Pioneer, fluid transport privileges have been suspended. Viewer sentiment indicates that watching your systems fail brings them joy. Pipe construction is disabled for 10 minutes. Hydration is optional.
Did you hear
Suffering
that?
is not.
I am ignoring the moment.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just ignoring for the short term. I am going to heed it as soon as I build this junction here. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to build any more pipes. You can start the clock now, I guess.
Alert, due to increased spectator engagement, conveyor belt functionality is now offline. Estimated downtime is 10 minutes. Your inability to optimize is not a bug, it's a feature. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to fix its entertainment division.
Yay. Fix its entertainment division. Is that what they call this? Okay, those are all running, and those, all except the last one, is not got anything in it. But all these are running.
And Kevin says, diabolical. Absolutely diabolical.
Terribly diabolical.
Maybe you can go explore for a bit.
I would love to just connect this one power plant. All right, fine. I'm going to hit the save button. And somebody asked me for a stretch break a little bit earlier. Well, I'm going to bring the map over here. And I'm going to load it with the current save. Okay. All right, so I'm at my power plant platform here. And I want to put, let's put the, oh, there's a few slugs around.
A few.
A few.
Bunch of comments while I was busy there for a second. Doofus Woofus showed up, says, happy stream, Doc. Glad to see you so enthusiastic about the new release.
You're welcome. Well, if I just put purple slugs on here,
There you go.
there's a few over here in the forest south of us. If I put yellows there, even more down here south of me, and blue ones adds a few right here.
They're everywhere.
So I'm gonna go south and see what I can find over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna just take a quick stretch break, and then I will come and start collecting some sluggies. Just a sec.
John Connor says, just sharing. But I find this game super fun because I studied it. I played addictively in 2023, but need to stop the whole 2024 for exams and nearing graduation. Now that I've graduated, I've come back to explore the new update, but I forgot most of the tips and tricks. It's a pain to watch the 10 plus minute guides on YouTube. But your shorts help me a lot. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you.
He said he studied mechanical engineering and had courses such as power plants and manufacturing.
Wow.
Cool.
So you know the real science behind a lot of it.
A lot of the real stuff.
Yeah. Behind the real stuff, yeah. You can only simulate just so many things.
Yeah. And Popcoin says, love this channel. Happy I could finally catch a stream. Congrats on 90K.
Yeah. Yeah, 90K. And, you know, almost couldn't have dreamed that we'd be at 90K. I mean, it's just been a little over a year. We started in basically February 1st of last year. And here it is, a little less than a year and a half later, and we're at 90,000. So that's incredible growth. So I'm going to put this aside, and I'm going to head south, because I imagine that I still am under my restricted.
Yeah, for another couple minutes.
All right. Did I see a power slug there? Yeah, I sure did. Power slug up in the tree. The question is, can I get that high?
Sam Christensen says, my dad refuses to play this game because he's an engineer and he knows he'll love it too much.
Well, that's, you know, one reason to restrict yourself to not play it, I guess.
So Alvin says, how do you get the interactive map to show your base?
How do you get the interactive map to show you my base? Well, let's just pull it on over here. What you do is that over here on this, over here, whoa, didn't mean to do that. Meant to scroll up over here. Over here, there's this little button here that says Save Games. So once you get that pointed to your save game folder, and it should look similar to this. It'll say, you know, your name, app data local, factory game. Now, you'll probably have, app data is probably a hidden folder. So you need to search for your app data folder with usually %, app data % in the search bar, and you'll get this. You put that in the search bar over here. And then you can scroll down the factory game, save games, and then you'll have your actual game name. I don't know how, that's 28-bit or something like that. And then after that, you'll have all your saves in there. And then you just choose the top one. This one's an autosave. So anyway, that's how to get your save game in there. And it'll show you where you're at, show you your builds, and when you float your mouse over, it'll even show you what you've built there. So, all right. Okay, so let's go see if I can get up in this tree. Missed. Okay, try again. I miss a lot.
Aline says, oh, sweet, that's a massive help. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. Does it stay updated, or do I have to manually add it each time?
You have to manually update it. So you'll see me going and manually updating with a new save file, because it'll be static to the save file that you give it at first, and then it will, you know, so you'll work with that for a while, and then when you change things, you'll want to add a new save file to it. Oh, come on. That's the third time I've tried that. Well, poo-poo on
Yes.
on solid biofuel. Gosh. See, there's a purple one over there that I'd love to get too. Okay, it's time for other tricks. Platform time. Which tree is it? Is it that tree that I was working on? Or was it that tree? I think it was... All right. Well, once I get up there, I'll just platform from one tree to the next one. I see the next one.
Milky Jade asks, was Factory Game the working title? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was, yeah. Before they came up with Satisfactory, yes. Okay, I hear it. I hear it. Where is it? All right. How in the world do you find those things? Okay. Do I have a scanner? I do, but I can't scan for slugs yet. Nah.
No, you use the object thing.
The
Not-
object.
You use the other thing. I can't remember what it's called. Object scanner?
Okay, let me see if I have one.
Yeah, you do.
This one?
Yep.
Power
There you go.
plugs.
And here you have to turn, and there you go. I think it's really close. Oh. Now it's saying the opposite direction.
Yep. Other branch. Try this branch.
That's
So
how
you
you
can't-
go up. This
can't-
the lower, less it says. Oof.
See, it's right there.
Oh, yeah. Galdegrim asks, who is Doc's favorite Klingon, and why is it Gowron?
How can you have a favorite Klingon? I mean, those are the bad guys.
I reject the ending of Star Trek Next Generation.
Why?
Because that's when they made peace with the Klingons and just chalked everything up to cultural differences. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Address there? No. No.
What?
Address says they're not bad guys, they're just misunderstood puppies. No. Klingons are not misunderstood puppies. No. Correct.
Okay. Is this really worth all of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christian says, judging by my grade in my last math class, I enjoyed this game too much.
Uh-oh. Does that mean you got a bad grade? Oops. Oops.
Address says, are you calling Worf a bad guy?
Well, if I had to have a favorite Klingon, it would be Worf.
It would definitely have to be Worf. Thank you very much.
Can I go back to building pipes and conveyors again? Because obviously I'm not doing all that well with this.
Oh, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Sorry. That timer was up a little while ago. Can I get on my my soapbox about fantasy races?
I suppose.
Star Trek has a problem with fantasy races. They like what was it called? there was a trope called like it's like the Hat Society or something like that, or like Green Hat Society. I don't remember what it's called, but basically, Star Trek loves going to a different world where everybody is just like humans, except they all wear hats, something like that, right? Where all alien races are just humans, except one little difference. So they're all basically just humans. If you ever want to have a fantasy race, that fantasy race is not human. They don't act like humans. They don't speak or talk, associate like humans. With the amount of breadth of the human experience, how much we could relate with somebody from 100 years ago would be really hard, because their understanding of the world is so different than ours. And the idea of creating a fantasy race and then saying, oh yeah, they're basically just humans, except they have weird ridges on their face, to me is such a really ridiculous concept. Are we ignoring the door, Doc?
I was trying to. It might not be ignorable.
So, yeah, if you're playing, if it's a fantasy race, if it's in a TV show, movie, whatever else, unless they are fundamentally different from humans, they're not actually a fantasy race. They're just a person in face paint.
Just
Planet of Hats.
person,
Thank you, Sam Christensen. You got it.
Person in face paint.
Yes.
Just a second. I can't ignore the door anymore because it's opening. Just a sec.
Yeah.
Can you be in the video? You need to go ask your mom. Okay? Can you please go ask your mom? Because I can't answer that. If I put you on video, I'll get in trouble by your mom if I don't ask her. Okay? Okay. Bye-bye. Did everybody hear that?
That was adorable.
She wanted to be in the video.
Yub says, making costuming a lot cheaper when the aliens are basically humans.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just have a face mask.
Yeah. I'm not talking or complaining about the costuming. I'm making a comment about their behavior and attitudes. Right? Mm-hmm. The thing that makes Spock so special was that he really was not human. He's half human, right? But they made his entire race very foreign to humans, and the entire story of Spock was him trying to figure out, is he human or not, and what makes him human or not, and trying to wrestle with the two very alien, two very different identities. That was good, right? That was great. That's the way storytelling should be done. The new Spock from the new Trek, which is not new anymore, but he's just human. He's just human, right?
Watch my health for me, please.
It's going down.
Thank you.
You just got hit twice. Nope. Christian says you need to have a big red on-air lamp outside your door.
I don't know if that would help. Not enough space for the power slug? Oh, come on. My bags aren't that full. I'm not going to go to that much effort and not pick up a purple power slug. So that stack of wood is just going to have to sit up there. Aw. I got rid of some biofuel, Robert. Out of my bag, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Mark the calendar.
It's just another day.
Okay. 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 All right. I'm done slugging.
Sam
right.
says it's like the Na'vi from Avatar. Their culture is so well thought out and designed, except for the music, because it was made to be alien and it was so successful the producer nixed it. It's, yeah, in order to make a story, it still has to be relatable. So, yeah, I understand that argument. Adrestea makes a very good comment. Says, I don't think Star Trek should be seen as pure fantasy. It was more of a culture critique and technological prediction.
Yeah, actually it was.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Ed. It definitely became that. Now we have cats whining at the door.
Eesh, whiz, I'm popular today, aren't I? Oh, gosh. But the problem is, that's my cat.
Yeah. Nice. There you go. Burby says they just want to celebrate with you.
Yep, they do.
What they don't want to do is celebrate with each other.
The cats?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
We had one of the cats. One of the cats that's been here, Doc's cat, was just running, going nuts this morning. Runs up the wall, leaps off the wall, does like an arcing backflip over Doc's monitor, lands directly on his keyboard, and then just continues running. It just...
They were having way too much fun this morning.
Way too much fun.
Which I like to see them happy, but come on.
Doc likes to see him happy.
And you don't like to see them happy? Aww.
And community of gaming has returned.
Cool.
Yes, cat zoomies. Yeah, they're generally good cats, although one of Doc's cats, Callie, is... I don't want to say she's a mean cat. She just... She doesn't want to share things.
Is that the way you'd say it?
Yeah, I think that's the way I'd say it. I got a box of stuff, and I left the Amazon box here, and of course, cats in boxes, right? And so the entire evening was one cat laying out of the box, the other cat approaching, them hissing and attacking each other, one running away. Rinse and repeat for like 6 hours straight.
Oh, that's fun.
Doc, you've been outed. Red Squirrel asks, are you using a trackpad?
Am I using a trackpad? A trackball? Yes.
Yeah, he's using one of the thumb wheel mice.
Yeah. And, you know, Robert has actually said I probably shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I struggle with my hand being losing its flexibility over time.
Yeah.
So
You know, and the only difference is when you're using that, you tend to...
be a lot jerkier.
Yeah, it's a little bit jerkier. You know, you kind of throw your camera around as opposed to being more... Yeah. More smooth.
All right. We are bringing power plant number whatever online.
Red Squirrel says, makes sense. Sorry, didn't mean to out you. Yeah, good.
Okay, so in spite of the fact that I've got these coal power plants pretty much running full time, I still have a max consumption level that's way above what these can produce. even though all of them are running.
Okay.
So it's almost a situation where now that I've got oil, now that I've got oil unlocked, that I need to go ahead and deconstruct the. Boy, that's a billow of yuck. Wow. Anyway, at the oil fields, I need to make it into residual fuel rather than um, residual heavy whatever to make into coke. So I got to reconfigure that, put some oil refineries, oil fuel energy.
Oh, yep. You go ahead.
I'm getting there. Fuel generators there
There you go.
instead of just the coke generator, which is just duplicating one of these coal power plants, basically. So, all right, with them all running, I think I've pretty well maxed out what these will do.
Yep.
So
Glad to see your power stabilized.
yeah. Well, let's go down below, because down below I just need to finish my my training, getting the train to the next area. So I'm gonna just jump off here. All right. Okay.
So John Connor has used his powers of deduction. He says,
Induction.
deduction.
Okay.
Well, no, I guess this would be inductive. Okay, never mind. He says, I'm curious, and I hope I'm not speaking too much. If Doc plays an engineering game, I'm asking Doc if Doc is not a medical doctor, but someone who has a PhD. If so, PhD of which?
It is a PhD. It is a PhD in Management of Information Systems Technology. My underlying master's and bachelor's degrees were all in IT. So basically, IT type engineering, focused in that way, respect. So yeah, you guessed right. And no, you're not talking too much. We appreciate participation, and I'll answer all questions, as all appropriate questions that come up. Someday one of those is going to hit me, and I'm going to end up having to respawn at the hub.
And Adrestad says, John Connor is science fiction. Yeah, John Connor, I'm sorry. You're not real.
John Connor is not real.
Yeah. He's the kid from Terminator.
Oh.
And Sam Christensen, talking about your mouse again, he says, ergonomic mice are great. They just look kind of weird. You can hold control and rotate it a little bit less than that, if you want to try that.
I do want to do that. Okay. I thought I was stuck with 45 degrees. Hold.
Yep. And spin your mouse wheel.
Spinning it, and I'm going 45 degrees only.
Okay, can you press H first and then try?
No.
Not at all. Put a foundation directly. Try, instead of going beside it, go below it.
Like that?
Yeah, and then try control and spinning it.
Okay.
There you go. Now you can spin it, and then just put the next one on top to get to the right height.
Because I kind of want to turn about like that.
Okay.
And now you're saying put the next one just right on top of it? like that.
Yep.
Okay. Didn't quite get enough turn on it, so I think I'll try again.
John Connor says, well, knowing that, now this stream feels more like a lecture to me.
Oh no.
Which is good, by the way. I enjoy studying I enjoy studying. I myself might go after my master's and study PhD too.
Okay. Well, I've found it to be a good thing because it opened up the door to teaching, and teaching allowed me really to extend my my career quite a bit, because I was able to teach while I was at Boeing, so I didn't have to give up Boeing in order to do it. Hey, that's a nice little turn there, Robert.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And so it allowed me to extend my career at Boeing. I taught 10 years at Lindenwood University in night classes while I was working at Boeing, and actually increased my pay significantly because of my PhD. So you know, when you just have a bachelor's or master's and you're teaching at a junior college, it doesn't really increase your pay much. But I was, I was making $30,000 teaching part time, and then my Boeing income on top of that, which added up to pretty pretty good wage. Yep. Pretty
And
good wage.
Dante for Cielo just subscribed with Prime.
Oh, super. Yeah, we've
Appreciate that a lot.
all right. So I think I want to continue this, but I don't actually want to hit the ground very soon. So yeah, I definitely don't. That's probably as far as I want to go, and then I want to start elevating this. I'm going to keep elevating this because I want to stay over the truck. So I'm going to stay on the path, but
Alessandra_Petrova said, "Hi Doc ADA here. Have you thought of being efficient and bring some oil to your main factory to loop rubber and plastic around it, since that would be very efficient with says all pioneers job or risk being fired and having their doggo cuddle privileges denied."
okay, let me think about that.
A lot of thoughts in there.
Yeah, bring some oil to your main factory to loop rubber and plastic around it, since that would be very efficient. Okay. And the rest is just Ada gobbledygook. Oh gosh, look at the truck hit that poor doggo.
Oh,
Gee whiz.
what a terrible truck.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, I wish I had pillars. Okay, Marduk says, "Hey Doc, been loving your videos on shorts. Glad to see you live." Yes, thank you. So go under here, hit control, and I can do a gentle curve. Then I can put something on top of it. Continue that one out. I'm getting the hang of it, Robert.
Yeah.
So if I can keep from getting run over and
And Drake Sub-Zero says you can unlock concrete platforms, so you're only using concrete and no iron for platforms. Get rid of the plate requirement.
Interesting. Concrete platforms, and I can get rid of the plate.
Yep.
And that's a recipe in the MAM, I am assuming.
Yeah. Yube says one of my high school teachers was working on his PhD at the time and was teaching, or told them a little bit about it. I gotta say that was a couple of very busy years while you were working on your PhD and mom was doing her double masters and oh, it's through the shop, not hard drive.
Oh, really?
That's the address and Red Squirrel are saying. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, when I get to the shop... Oh, perfect.
Okay, so you have like 3 or 4 tickets. Okay. Cool. Duck's been singing lots of reinforced iron plate, so you should have a decent number of tickets.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, I think we've got it. Right into the ground right there. And the next thing to figure out is where do I want the train station on this side? Because now we got it up here. I think we want it. Robert, what do you think about putting the train station all the way up top there on the next floor?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
And put the train station up there. Okay. Here we go. This factory just keeps getting bigger and better. Bigger, better, bigger, better. As I run out of concrete. All right. Okay, I need to modify that and put first floor, second floor, third floor, something.
Yeah, some sort of identification, if nothing else.
Yep, something. Okay. Didn't I bring concrete up to this floor? Yes, I did, but I left it
Right there.
right there. All right, let's get... Okie dokie. Okay, logistics. Let's put a floor. Come on, get on here. And let's put you up to that level. And then let's just go like that. Too steep? What do you mean too steep? You're on the same level.
Oof.
Invalid belt shape. You gotta be kidding me. Really?
Yeah, just press R a few times. It'll find one that'll work.
You think so? I've already pressed R twice. Oh. Third time's a charm.
I guess.
All right, we've got concrete coming into here. And it'll take a little while because that conveyor belt will have been totally filled up. Hey, Robert, would you like to stretch your legs and get me another drink?
Sure. What kind of drink would you like?
Oh, peach.
Peach.
Walmart.
No more caffeine, huh?
Not this quick.
Oh boy, fridge got left open a little bit.
It's okay. I don't need a cold one necessarily. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
We have a little mini fridge off to the side of the studio. We're getting to where the studio's pretty functional. We've got clocks for each of the time zones up there, at least 4 of the time zones, ours, and then it's 12:20 already? Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have much more time. And tomorrow, we'll be streaming until 1 o'clock, but I have the graduation of one of my grandkids that I have to head out by 1:15 for. So tomorrow, I'll be unfortunately stopping right at 1 and heading out and going to that graduation. So
Andrew?
Andrew, yeah.
Oh, ow, oh gosh.
Andrew's graduating, yeah.
Okay.
So we went to Julia's graduation, and then of course Lizzie, had the child. So that's the great grandbaby that I haven't met. His name's David. So haven't met him quite yet. So anyway.
He's just a baby. He wouldn't remember it anyway.
Yep. Okay. All right. Since I am here, good. It continues packing it in there. Good. Well, I'm going to just go down here.
Okay, John Connor says, I'd love to stick around till the end, but it's 1 a.m. in my area. I need to get up at 8 to get my car into maintenance.
Yeah. Okay.
I know your time zone also gets to start tomorrow.
Same time zone, 9 o'clock in the morning.
So we are Central U.S. time right now. Mm-hmm. So for us, it is 12:20. So we'll be starting 3 hours. We have a 4-hour stream, so we go from 9 to 1.
Mm-hmm. So about 3.5 hours before what time it is now.
Yep.
There we go.
Also, if you join our Discord, there is a schedule that's posted, and that schedule will localize to your time zone.
Okay, so what line would unlocking... It wouldn't be alien technology at all.
What are you looking for?
The where the cement or concrete platforms.
They corrected me. It's not in the man. It's just straight from the shop.
That's right. He did say the shop, and that's why I needed tickets. So why did I go to the MAM? Okay. All right. So let's and there's a foundations thing. So I need to go up. I need to get what tickets I have in here. There's 7.
So Sam asked,
Uh-huh.
I've always wondered if you make a lot of biomass burners, the load of the power grid is spread between them. If you make a lot of them, does that make the fuel more efficient?
No, I don't think so.
No. Biomass burners are unique compared to all the rest of them. With the biomass burners, they only are on when it's using the power. So they are perfectly 100% efficient every single time. They pause as soon as it doesn't need power.
Okay.
As opposed to everything else, which just burns.
The the concrete pillar set is in here. So I'm going to pick that up.
They say it's under the customizer.
Under customizer? There it is.
Concrete Foundation. And Metal Thunder just became a member.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Alakazam. He says, I live in the forgotten time zone in the U.S. It's so overlooked.
The forgotten time zone in the U.S.
What is that? I don't know if I ever knew it.
Is there a forgotten time zone?
Is there some weird state that does something different than everybody else? Mountain Time? No.
Oh, I don't forget Mountain Time.
Oh, you say
All
Mountain
fixed
Time
and
is
vetted
from...
materials
Oh,
are
okay.
tested for toxins,
We have...
hallucinogens, and other biologically
we've had
adverse
family living in
effects.
the Utah and Idaho area forever. So for us, Mountain Time is just another time zone.
Yep.
So... Oh, yeah, I didn't know which one you were talking about, Sam. Come on.
Good one, Sam.
Come on. No, it's Mountain Time Zone. Yeah, Denver. Like, it's not fucking... Okay.
We got cousins and uncles that live in Utah, and other uncles and brother-in-laws and so forth living in Idaho, in Meridian, Idaho in particular. So that's between Boise and Pocatello.
Mm-hmm.
So
My grandfather used to live a half an hour from a very famous certain Ruby Ridge in Idaho.
yep, up in Wallace. Yep.
Yep.
And then of course, if you watch the movie Dante's Peak,
Oh, yeah.
it was filmed in Wallace, Idaho,
Uh-huh.
and it's really weird. You go down the main street of Wallace, and you can see all of the buildings that they totally destroyed in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Did a great job CG with CG destroying all that stuff.
It's Wabbit season, knows Dante's Peak.
Ah, yes.
What's so... Oh, it's Wabbit season. It's so cool to see from the freeway. So you've passed through the area.
Yep.
When we were there, and it's been a while, there was a particular store that you could go inside the store and look out their window, and they had either a decal or a painting, I don't remember what, that looked like the mountain erupting, just like from the movies. You could stand there in the store and make it look like the mountain was... Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah. So Kiro says, maybe you could explain a little bit about Utah Represent, Baby Technologist Represent. Not quite sure what
I
that's
think
saying.
Utah and I think Kiro's from Utah, and Sam is at least from Utah time.
Okay. All right, so I have concrete. So if I run out of plate, I can build concrete foundations instead. So, so now if I go to foundations, now I can
Metal Thunder.
I can do concrete foundations. Now, applied to foundations and ramps to convert them to... Okay, so if I do that, that just customizes. But I still have to build it out of this and still build it out of plate. Or if I choose concrete, it builds... Okay, gotcha. So I'm doing a little comparison here. It takes 5 concrete to build this, and it takes 7 concrete to build that. Okay. Don't know how much that benefits me when I'm struggling to have enough concrete at this point, too. I mean, both of them are constrained resources is the problem. Sorry to use a project management term there. Okay. And why did it say I was in the way? Because it tried to zoop it? Oh, come on. Now I put it in the wrong orientation. Hey. Cut once, build twice. Seems to always be my mantra.
Once, build twice. What? Okay.
I always seem to build everything twice,
Right.
trying to get it in the right orientation. When you're constructing something, you measure twice, cut once. And I just kind of flipped it around.
Yeah.
All right, I should be able to turn this corner now. All right. I now have a catwalk up to the next floor. So now I can get up and down with the elevator on one side and the catwalk on the other side. All right. I've got my platform here. Gonna see what it looks like as far as proximity to where the train would be coming in. It pointed straight to this corner. Let's go out just a little bit longer.
Hey Doc,
Yes, sir.
Metal Thunder became a member on YouTube and
Yeah.
would love to get onto the Minecraft server, but he's not able to use Discord. Is there an email address that he can send a message to? We could.
Yeah, it's the email that we have for the channel.
Okay. Yeah.
It's either Doc Pergammon
Yeah.
or
I'll post that here in YouTube.
Gaming with Doc
Yeah.
at Gmail. Yeah.
Hey, Metal Thunder. That's when I got it wrong, of course. There we go. Send a message to that email address, and we'll get you sorted, okay? Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube got rid of private messages quite a while ago, so...
Probably being abused, huh?
So Adresea says, the mountain that's on my wish list is Devil's Peak. That's where the best ever movie was filmed.
Yes.
What movie was filmed at Devil's Peak?
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Okay, first off, where is that stored in your memory bank?
In my memory bank?
You remember the name of Devil's Peak?
I think it's actually Devil's Butte. It's in South Dakota or North Dakota. Yeah, it was, that was one of my favorite movies. We actually Mom and I saw that in the theater. When one of our dates as early married couple.
Holy cow. Yeah, you nailed it. You're right. It's sometimes also called Devil's Tower.
Yeah, Devil's Tower. There you go.
Incredible. Adresea says bonus points for Doc.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to get hit every time with that.
And all that pollen. How do you like all that pollen? Makes you want to sneeze.
Yep.
And Ray DeBolt says, Devil's Tower. People of a certain age remember things for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched Close Encounters. I watched a few times, but it was always, as a kid, and just doesn't hit you quite the same, I guess.
Well, it was one of those Steven Spielberg movies that was just a classic.
Yeah.
And literally, I wish we still had a few more Spielbergs making movies.
Yep.
So Spielberg and Lucas and all those great movie makers.
Adresea says, Robert, if you don't like aliens looking like humans, you should watch Official Denial. Never heard of Official Denial. And again, I'll reiterate, it's not about looking like humans, it's acting like humans. That's the problem I don't like. It's acting like humans.
All right, I think if my train comes here, I can get it elevated up to here and build my train station right here, and I'm ready to get my factory up and running.
Alexa says, Doc, it's not so bad. We still have Hallmark.
Yes, we still have Hallmark. All those good, mushy romances.
Gotham says, a few more Spielbergs, a lot less Quentin Tarantino's.
Not familiar with his stuff.
No, you wouldn't be.
No, because he makes stuff I wouldn't watch.
Very definitely.
Okay.
I'll look up official denial. $1993.
Okay.
Okay. Feels very much like an 90s alien movie. It's PG.
Okay.
With no actors that I recognize.
Really? Just no name actors, huh?
Let's see who the director is. Brian Trenchard Smith, written by Bryce Zabel.
Interesting.
Weird. Yeah, I don't recognize anybody in this.
All right. Train track, you ready to come to me? Okay.
Adrestea says, oh no. What? Dirk Benedict.
Haven't heard of Dirk Benedict?
Never watched a team of OG Battlestar Galactica. No, I never watched the original Battlestar Galactica. No, actually, I should say I watched a little bit of the original. Adrestea's like, Doc, he doesn't know Dirk Benedict.
Yeah.
I
Can't know everyone.
no. Okay. You still have enough brain power for another technical question?
Sure.
Sam says, hey, Doc, in your truck short, you mentioned the feast or famine supply issue with trucks. How do you work with or around those types of issues?
Oh, help me with context on that one.
So yeah, we talked about how like a conveyor has a consistent supply chain. It's just consistently producing, bringing stuff in.
Oh,
But trucks bring loads at a time. So how do you
right.
work around that?
So in other words, when it unloads, you could just get a whole batch at one, and we, we just didn't really find a way to deal with it other than just, you just know that it's coming in by truck, and if your conveyor's empty, it's going to get filled back up shortly. The real way to handle that is just to make sure that um, you've got enough supply coming that you don't have to worry about the times um, when it's not there. Um, I got it, and I fell off. So you literally you just can't worry about it too much, other than making sure it's full up.
Yeah, having a buffer at either end helps.
Yeah, that's right, a buffer. Yeah, a container.
Yeah, exactly. Just a container at both ends. Just yeah. I mean, if you're dealing with something that you're only making one per minute or two per minute, the truck is going to be pretty bad for you. But if you're doing something like coal, well, that's too much. If you're doing something, I think plastic is a good example, where you have some quantity but not tons. Nice.
Yeah. Now I'm just basically straight shot up until I start elevating.
Milky Jade suggests that you can also make sure there's just more input than output and a sink on there to help keep it full.
Yeah.
That's good.
I am going to. I'm going to start from right here. I'm going to start elevating this thing. I'm going to start elevating with 1 meter ramps.
Metal Thunder says, "What fuel do you normally use for drones? I like to use batteries, but they're expensive."
Oh, don't use batteries. Not in not 1.0. When they expanded and went from the pre-release to the 1.0 release, they did away with the need for batteries. Period. I mean, I haven't made a battery in 1.0 at all. So, and the part of the reason for that is simply that drones don't require batteries, and the only reason you made batteries before was that drones were the only thing that used them, which was totally done away with. So I would suggest you just get away from batteries entirely and use either some sort of packaged fuel. Since you don't get drones quite a bit later, there's a large variety of packaged fuels. I tended to, when I unlocked packaged turbo fuel, I ended up using that for my drones, and that seemed to work quite well. And before that, I did use regular packaged fuel too. So I hope that's helpful. But yes, batteries are horrendously expensive.
And they're just silly complex by comparison to other things.
Yeah.
Other solutions. He asks for, what about for long distance? So the way we solve long distance is you fuel them up at both ends. And if you fuel them up at both ends and you're using um, any sort of packaged fuel, it'll go pretty much the entire map. Especially if you have turbo fuel. I know you can do it for turbo fuel, but you fuel it up at both ends. If you look at Doc's Let's Play videos, he has one where he built an entire, like, I don't know, a whole platform in the Dune Desert, and he had one drone bringing in fuel and refueling like 6 or 8 other drones.
Yep.
And that system it works fairly well. You just make sure you fuel it at both ends, and you're good.
Yep.
So.
And that did it.
And that's if you like using a whole ton of drones. I personally like drones being kind of a very niche backup sort of solution. But Doc just loves drones, so.
Yeah, I do. Yep, I do love drones.
And Red Zebra Bear 32 says, "Hail."
Hail to you too.
And Syrup 4 likes trains.
I love trains too. Is that a smile in the end of that? Did somebody do that artwork and put a smile at the end of it? I think so. Nose and a grin there. Oh, that's funny. That is too funny. All right. So let's go back to transport here and get my railway the rest of the way up there. Right there in the center.
Alakazam says, "I prefer drones as well, not touching trains or trucks."
Well, I like drones because they solve problems. I like trains because they are high capacity. I mean, I can put, 5, 6 train cars on a single train line. So, trucks tend to be a nuisance after a while especially if you get too many of them.
Yeah.
AKA my Megafactory. The Gigafactory save, I could show you my trains. They're particularly comical, to be truthful, because they do such strange things when they encounter one another. All right, let's figure out here.
Nah, Sam, you're doing just fine.
Yep. Okay, I need a train station before I can put a freight platform, but I need the train station at the other end. I'm going to leave plenty of room to expand. I'm going to put the train station clear over here.
I'm not sure how to pronounce the that Russian C with a thing over it, but it's Sika Stupar, maybe. It says, "Hey Doc, I want to start a new world. Do you have any tips?"
Lots of them.
One of Doc's most recent ones was on speedrunning.
Yeah.
And it's not so much speedrunning as in how to start the game quickly. I would absolutely recommend going and watching that one because that'll show you how to get over a lot of those early game quirks.
Yep, exactly. It helps get over all of those all the early game nonsense that you have to put up with in order to finally get to the end game. All right, I ran out of plastic.
Of course.
Oh. So, Alexa, I love trains but for power plants, I just pipe and conveyor everything. I also truck And also trucks I use to replace with drones. Replace with drones for the end game. Yeah, exactly. So they have more space for conveyors and such. Yes. Agreed.
It is a Java server, Metal Thunder. He says, thanks, I'll watch it. By the way, Sika means Mr. in Serbian. Mr. Stupar, then. Very cool. Yep, and Sam has some good advice for him as well. Says, I know I'm not Doc, but I'd recommend going to the Rocky Desert, go to the Doggo Cave, get the Blade Runners, and go plunder crash sites for advanced tech early game.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad it chose the right course because I wasn't paying attention. Actually, it didn't choose the right course. I needed to go down to the oil fields to get plastic. So that's what I get for not paying attention, right? Okay, change it to the right. Here we go. Pick up some more plastique. Right back. And empty my bags because they're exceedingly too full.
TBS Aloy, first time chat.
Cool.
Says, for someone's first playthrough, is it fine to just messy figure out as I go?
Absolutely. You should look at the beginning of my first series. You could go all the way into probably episode 20 or 25, and I'm still building on the grassy, on the grass, no platforms. You know, it's just a spaghetti
It's a
mess.
mess.
It's a mess. Spaghetti mess.
You know, and I kind of pushed him, hey, build foundations. And I had him build a platform, and he kind of builds the platform, and then spills off the side of the platform. I'm like, build a second floor. And so he kind of built like a half a second floor in one section, and then abandons it, goes back to the grass.
I was learning.
Yeah, absolutely. He was learning, and it was really fun. People made comments on that first series that they were enjoying watching him, and they wish they could play the game for the first time again. And I feel the same way now.
Yeah, just forget all the knowledge you've gained.
Yeah, and go back and do it for the first time again, because yeah, it was fun.
So I got to call the elevator, wait for it to come down.
And then I got myself involved and jumped on the game with you, and then everything changed.
Yep. Then, of course, there's that infamous episode 36 where I had played and forgot to turn on the camera for any of it. And Robert said, "What? You've done that? And that?" I had built a whole aluminum factory. And he didn't even know about it. So
yeah, there for a while, for the first while, there was no planning. And Doc would just play when he could play, and then he'd record when he felt like he wanted to record. And so at one point, he needed to get ahead for some reason. He decided that he was going to play a whole bunch to get ahead. And this was at a point when his schedule was a little more free. He wasn't building a house. And so he buried me with 3 extra recordings for episodes. And at that point, we're doing 1 episode a week. I don't know if we were doing tips at that point yet. And I finally get unburied from those 3. And I looked at the recording date of the last of the 3, and it had been a literal month. He'd been playing for a month without recording anything.
Yep, I had just, oops.
But then it was fun, because that's when I jumped in his world, and we started collaborating at that point.
Yep.
That was... And Mr. Stupar says, one more thing.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any videos about power? It was my biggest enemy in my last world.
Do we?
We have one on making a coal power plant.
Yes, we do have that. Yeah, we do have that one. What else do we have? I've got to get these places linked up. I can't keep on shoveling things around. It's getting too complex for that. All right. Folks, I am going to have a train station here shortly. Another freight platform going in here now.
We also have one on fuel power and priority power switches. Okay, according to Kevin, it's been long enough, I don't remember.
Okay, so this is going to be my unload platform. And, by the way, one of the features of the brand new elevators is that you can pull power from them. So since this is powered up, I can go ahead and just hook up a power line to it and bring that on over here. I'll just put that right on the corner right there. And I'll upgrade it to a Mark II, and that'll be my power for the train station. Okay.
Alexa says, for my modded 1.1 playthrough, I turned the lake into a 12,900 cubic meter water pump basement for my Gigafactory in the Rocky Desert.
Okay.
So, the same lake that we built our mega factory on top of?
Oh, yeah.
But she gave enough room and she actually used all of it. Water pumps.
Oof. Oof. That's a lot of water pumps.
That's a lot of water pumps, yep.
Okay. This has power. I need to configure it because I want to change the name to... Oh, what name should I name this one? Help me, guys. 42
no, you
pumps?
gotta make them pay for it. I mean, come on.
Anybody
Wait,
want
why
to
is
name
your
this one?
power all fluctuating again? Duck.
I don't... Maybe because my machines are fluctuating?
We had it fixed.
I don't know. What makes... I never saw it not fluctuating.
Really? I thought we had it straight for a little bit.
No. Nope.
Station
Motion
meep.
meep. Station meep meep. Okay, so who's gonna buy naming?
Yeah, make them pay for it. Christian says, in my 1.0 Dune save, I built my power plant out on the Eastern Sea. It's easier to pull the coal to the water than the water to the coal.
Uh-huh.
Agreed.
It is hard to keep. Okay, Alexa, do you have any points left?
Yeah.
It's not for sale naming?
We'll just call it.
Okay.
Aw.
Robert messed up
What
this
do you-
one, so this one is free.
What did I mess up? I've been doing good today.
Okay, station meep meep. What's the other station going to be called then?
Beep beep.
Meep meep and beep beep?
Sam says, honestly, it's a relief to see that even seasoned players are satisfactory to deal with these kinds of things. Yup.
Yeah, I lost it. All right.
Oh, fluctuating power. Yeah, yeah.
Come on. All right.
At what point did we stop going down the liquid biofuel rabbit hole and abandon that? So we're gonna do that at one point.
Yes, we were going to do that at one point, and we are going to still do that. It's just a matter of getting to it.
It isn't the channel points redemption. Oh, well, maybe that would make sense why it wasn't done.
Why? Did you get rid of it or something? The name we got rid of the naming convention for.
Yeah, it wasn't there. It's back now.
Okay. So she got that one for free.
Yeah. So Metal Hunter asks, what's
please,
the best
come on.
healing item?
Best healing?
Yep.
Healing?
Yeah.
Oh, the inhaler. By far the best.
Yeah.
Inhale once and you're fully healed. Medicinal inhaler.
But which one is most practical? Bacon a Gark. I think Bacon a Gark heals you 2 full hearts.
Yeah.
Or full ticks. So it'll keep you up pretty quick, pretty good. No, they heal different amounts. The nuts only heal you a half. Yeah, they are expensive. I just go for Bacon a Gark. Use whatever you have. You know? Yeah, the berries do 1. The Bacon a Gark does 2. Nuts do a half.
All right. Do we have a name for this station?
No, heals 3. Okay. So Alexa wanted the this one to be the Coyote's Boom or Wile E. Coyote or something coyote themed.
Okay. Well, it's the Roadrunner that goes beep beep. Or is that meet meet?
Yeah, it goes meet me.
Okay. All right, Coyote Boom. And the timetable, we're going to go.
See,
Well,
when
let's
you,
put a train
even
on
when
it
you're in
first.
like the green smoke area and you're gathering the Mercer sphere, you could just chug nuts to keep yourself alive. So.
All right, enough freight car. Freight car, a freight car, and a locomotive.
Precision says Wiley Way Station.
Ah,
Oh no! One motor!
take deep breath.
Well, Doc, you know what you can do?
Go drive the locomotive.
You can. And unfortunately, it is 1 o'clock.
It is. And why did you darken my screen?
I didn't touch nothing.
Oh, sure.
It just heard me say 1 o'clock. Oof.
Ah, a little bit of it there, huh? Okay.
Why?
Do you have something on top of the HD60 over there, or the NGXC?
No. Yes. I guess I do.
Getting overheated again.
Yeah, a bit overheated. Gosh darn it. And then name the train Looney Loop.
Looney Loop, huh? Okay.
Oh, this thing's gonna go so fast downhill. Uh-oh, no, Doc, no!
I couldn't figure out how to break it. Man. It's got no power. I can't go anywhere.
Nope, you gotta get out of this method. They just added end stops, and so if you're manually driving it, you have to start braking way earlier.
I don't know the right key for braking. It's the problem.
It's just S.
Okay, it's just the back key.
Yeah, it's just the back key.
Okay.
Yeah, they just added a new device to stop derailments from happening, Doc.
Yes, I realize.
Yeah. Okay.
And Ada, was nasty about it.
Yep. I hope everybody.
You saw the short where she interjected her nonsense. Right?
Uh huh.
Okay, I need a motor.
I hope you guys enjoy a little bit of Ada talk now in the shorts as well as on the live stream. We're having some fun with it. Apparently, spacebar is also great.
Okay. That's
That makes
good to
sense.
know too. Okay.
Kevin says Ada in the YouTube shorts is great. I love it. Good.
Okay. Upstairs. Might have to wait for a minute or two to actually make a motor. Did say I needed only one, right?
Only one. Alexa says, I do love to do my Ada voice chats with a little bit of snark. It's just so Ada.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stators and rotors, yep. So let's put the... Whoops. I guess we're going to put them in reversed. Okay. All right, and I only needed one motor, so I'm going up and building my last locomotive so that I can get this train scheduled and get some plastic and such over here. And I'm not going to quit this stream until I've got plastic and till I've got the plastic and the rubber coming. Okay, Robert, you can have
He
that.
says pockets are a little full, Doc. Mm-hmm.
They are a little full, yes. They are a little full.
Yeah.
Okay, and edit the timetable. I want it to go to that, and then that, and then save changes, and 5 experience points, yay. Turn on the next station. Oops, that won't work. See what I did wrong?
Yep.
Anybody else catch what I did wrong? I mean, it's attaching to a freight car. You would think that it would know what direction to put it on. All right. Timetable stayed there. And look at it go, dear Robert.
Cool.
Problem is, it's going to get there before I've had a chance to even hook up any product. Are allowed to say yes to what?
Red Squirrel, no, we don't have the buffers to the end. I do believe that as long as the train is automatically piloted, that it stops in time.
Yes, it does, because we didn't have train stops, and they stopped fine.
The name of the
Just
train
when
was,
you got a funky engineer that doesn't know how to drive, that like me.
What did you name the train?
I didn't name the train.
You didn't? Oh, okay.
You have somebody wanting to name it?
Well, over on YouTube, Precision says we should call it Looney Loop.
The train itself called Looney Loop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Christian says, are we allowed to say yes when you asked, did we see what went wrong?
Of course you're allowed to say yes.
Gabriel Morishita says, hi, Doc.
Hi.
I love your Satisfactory content. I have always wondered if you have any degree on physics or logistics to be so good at this game.
Well, to be truthful, the real experience that I have is basically that I grew up in a family of inventors and engineers. I chose not to go into engineering, basically because I found it boring. So I went into finance, which go ahead examine that logic. But anyway, so anyway, I went into finance systems actually. So helped develop finance systems. So it was pretty good. So no, I don't have a degree in engineering necessarily. Software engineering, yes. Project management, I definitely, and a lot of IT stuff. Okay. Where do you get the towers, Robert?
The power towers?
Not power, just regular towers.
Towers.
The lookout tower, there it is.
Oh. You get them in organization.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Appreciate you being so prompt on that.
Yep. Yeah, I Alexa says, Doc, just admit it. You went into financing to take the financing of the engineering program away.
Okay, that's interesting way to look at it. Yeah.
Is it just for fun?
I am having fun, yes.
Okay.
How about that? It's out of the way.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. True.
Okay. Now, how much more fun can I have with this one?
Milky Jade says, the lookout tower, aka the ladder for cowards.
What?
You could just build the ladder as high as you want in the middle of nowhere. There's no platform on top. You just get to go to the top and try to balance the very tip.
Try to balance.
Try to balance.
at the very tip. That sounds like a whole lot of not very fun. So how tall do I need this to be? Let's just say about there.
Footman Do says, "Evening, everyone. Stopping in for a bit before bed. It's 4 a.m. here in Australia."
Ooh my.
Yeah, in fact, we if you see our couch setup, which we can't today, we have a clock there for Sydney. And it says
4:15 a.m.
4:15.
Yeah.
Yep. We did one for current British time, so like British summertime is what one's set at. The one that's I think that's -1, and then we have one at -3, which hits Sweden. And we have one for Sydney, and one for here for local. We're probably gonna get another set of 4 clocks here in a bit, so we can do even more time zones. That'll be fun. Red Squirrel asks, "Have you done any experimentation with putting mergers and splitters on lifts?"
Yeah. Yeah. We did it actually quite a bit before the feature actually came out. The feature itself came out. Yeah, that brought it down a little bit. Where you could put it anywhere on the lift, but we were putting it up on the heads of them already in our videos, just because we just needed them there, you know. So we found that you could put it on the head of the lift, and so it worked for us, and we just kept doing it. Especially if you look at my stores video, each of the stores has the splitters and mergers on the heads of the lifts, so that we could, conserve space inside the store. Ah, did it, Robert.
Nice.
Crazy nice. Crazy.
Crazy, weird, spaghetti nice.
Yep. Now we can,
Leafy says, "Y'all got a clock wall?"
yep, we got a clock wall.
At this point, we just have a couple of clocks next to our window, but we will have a clock wall. The whole idea is so that as you guys pop in and we know where you guys are from, and we can just kind of glance up at the wall and say, "Hey, how's dinner?" You know, and you're waking up early. You know, kind of that being able to relate to people better.
Yep, that's all. All right, the train ought to be coming back, and when it comes back, it will pick up. It'll pick up some stuff. Got to run around here in order to get a hold of the hypertube. See, nothing's working here. Nothing is functioning. They're starting to. Yeah, there they go. Okay. Okay, well, we're coming to the end of the stream here pretty soon, but I'm gonna just show something real quick. Oh, I can't do it when I'm in the hypertube. Darn it, darn it. I'm gonna hit the escape here. It'll get a little fuzzy. During the stream, we've gone from 90,100 to 90,240 during the stream, so
Nice.
it's been really, really good today. Yesterday, end of day was 93, so we're at 147 already today, which that's pretty doggone good for middle of the day. So it's been a great stream, great stream. I keep on not paying attention to the junction, and in not doing that, I go the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
And now it'll go the right way. Okay. Very good. So close to 100K. Yes.
Yeah, we are really close. It's crazy.
Let's get this bread. Let's get this bread. Interesting.
Bread as in dough, as in money.
Yep. All righty, let's go upstairs and see if we're making progress on getting product up here. And if so, we can. Okay, it's coming in, and it's already dumped off that much. Pretty cool. And the plastic over here. Am I not getting to... Oh, because it's loading. Okay. So the neat thing about putting a container here, just to give you an idea, if you put a container as a buffer next to a train station, I'll show you.
Sam, I think that's a legitimate understanding as well.
If you put it right next to here, notice how both dash lines match up.
Yep.
So basically, a container will take as much and as fast as you can give it. So in other words, when it comes to unload here, if I put both conveyors on here, it'll unload at the speed of the conveyor for both conveyors. So, like for example, if we have a Mark 6 conveyor, almost advertise the next update. Anyway, if we have Mark 6 conveyor, it's going to, or any conveyor, it's going to unload twice as fast if you have both ports open. And that's beneficial because you want, if it's only unloaded part of it, you want it unloaded as fast as you can to get the next train load taken out of the station as quickly as possible. So it will be unloading, and you see that going very quickly. All righty, so we got a train set up. We've got plastic and we've got rubber coming to the platform, and we are ready even to expand this if we need to later. So hey, this is the end of the stream for today. I've gone 20 minutes over. Tomorrow I can't do that. Tomorrow's it's a hard stop. Thanks everybody for subscribing, becoming members, becoming subscribers in Twitch. Appreciate all of the support. We ended up with 1,106 followers. We started at just slightly under 1,100, so we gained about 10 more there. So, and you've seen the subscriber count go up in YouTube. So all is good. It was a good stream today. Thank you all for joining, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until then, bye.